Hello. Welcome back to the Fish Tank, everyone. I'm Badjo, and it's tournament time! It's Night Duel number 21. This is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's event. This is 1v1. There's no wild cards. There's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy it with me. I'm flying solo today, so hopefully I get a bit of a more chance to chat with you guys in the chat. But of course, we've got our 3-minute delay just to keep everything above board. When it comes to potential stream sniping, which people would never do, of course. So, what things do we need to cover? Well, today's event, as it has been for quite some time, is going to be a two-part event. We're going to have the first part, which is going to be the Swiss format. So the players will play each other in kind of a group. They will be matched based on their performance in today's event. They'll earn points for their performance, for their wins, and then at the end of those rounds, depending on how many rounds we will have our top 8 decided. And then when the top 8 are decided, we'll then go into our elimination stage of the event. So that's going to be a best of 5, and that's going to be conquest rules, where once you've played with a master, you cannot play that master again. The early stage of the event is going to be best of 3, no conquest rules, just to make it as easy and accessible for everyone. So even if you've only got 1 or 2 decks that you like to play, the early stages of the event will certainly ease you into tournament play. Now, as always, we have a lot of familiar faces with us today, and we also have some new faces, which is always great to see. We speak about these events being open and accessible for everyone. It's a great way to learn, You might play some great players, but you're going to definitely learn from playing them, how they play against you, how they use their bans. We'll talk about the bans in a moment. And also, of course, you could just steal some decks from some of the top players. So that should be a lot of fun. Now, as always, we're going to have some bans. So we've had to ban APEP. APEP, very meta at the moment, has had the change with the perks being timer-based instead of cycle-based. So APEP, very, very strong, but has been banned. And the reason we've done that is because of Simulacrum. There's a big problem with Simulacrum causing cards to get removed from your deck. Now, the problem with APEP is APEP's perk 1 can give you Simulacrum. So we've banned Simulacrum entirely, but we've also had to ban APEP as well, because you could possibly get Simulacrum from your perk 1. So, I would expect to see APEP banned a lot anyway by people, judging how strong he is in the meta at the moment, but that's off the table now. Also, we've banned Rocket Scrap. If you've played recently, you may have come under the unfortunate umbrella of getting some crashes caused by the Rocket Scrap explosion. Didn't affect everyone, but definitely affected some people. There was a hotfix, I think it was yesterday, that was rolled out to address this. But because we haven't had much time to test it to see whether or not the hotfix has fully fixed the issue, we've decided to keep the Rocket Scrat still banned. Okay, so those are the cards that we've had to ban. Additionally, there are always the season cards banned. So we've got Vux, Clutch Cooker, and Net Blaster, the current season cards. They are banned. But of course, the previous season cards are now available. So we may see Urclaw, and we may see Bearvalanche today. I think Urclaw, not necessarily likely to see him. Bearvalanche, we will probably see the Bearvalanche spell. That's a very strong spell. We see that a lot in both 1v1 and 2v2. So expect to see that, or expect to see people potentially banning that as one of their ban powers. Remember, the players get the opportunity to ban a master and 2 specific cards that their opponent cannot use. Often we see those ban powers used on minion cards, but we may see Bearvalanche, a spell card, taking some of those bans today. Right, as you see, I'm flying solo, but hopefully we'll put on a good show for you. I say we, that's the royal we, and I'll try to keep everything running as always. But I'm not entirely alone. Sinobii, of course, is there behind the scenes. I'm not allowed to show you him, but he is he's there in the basement, keeping everything running. Okay, so let's do our Discord announcement to let everyone know that we are live. Appreciate you guys joining me. Just to remind you, we are on a delay. So the tournament streams do have a 3-minute delay, just to keep everything above board. So that makes it a little awkward with regards to interacting with chat, but I will, of course, do my best to get that, to keep that going. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask them, and they may get answered in 3 minutes' time. Right. Do a Discord announcement. Let's see if we can get an announcement in the Minion Masters Discord. And we'll have a look shortly at the players that are here and who we expect to do well and who could be an unexpected powerhouse. Could I please get a Discord announcement for today's events? Right. Yep. APEP is banned. As we said, we had to ban it because of Simulacrum. Simulacrum is broken, whether you play the Simulacrum card in your deck normally or if you get it from APEP's perk 1. And I'm not exactly sure what it does, but it kind of deletes itself, deletes something else from the card. Some other crazy stuff happens. It deletes itself, removes other stuff. I just saw somebody in global chat just a second ago complaining that they were just about to play their 6th Demon Warrior and it got removed from their deck. Just Simulacrum things. So that's been removed. Because, you know, we don't want those bugged things happening. Hopefully, I think we're going to have a hotfix early next week, the contents of which I do not know. So whether Simulacrum will be addressed in that or not. What I'm hoping is Simulacrum's been one of those cards that's always had some issues, whether it overall or whether with regards to ability-driven cards. There always seems to be something that Simulacrum was broken. So I feel like it might just be better just to remove it from the random pool so that these things don't happen. But of course, it does need to be fixed itself as well. Right, okay. So what's banned? Let me put it in. Banned is APEP stroke Simulacrum stroke Rocket Scratch. So if you're not sure, if you're not familiar with what Simulacrum is, it's the card that copies a card from your opponent's hand. You can haste it if you have enough tech. It's quite an interesting card when it works correctly, but when it doesn't, it's all hell breaks loose. So we're just getting set up here. We'll get our first game on as soon as we can. Just make sure that everything looks correct. So we'll always have the brackets available. You can follow along from home if you want to. Those are there. So let's just bring them up on the screen here to have a quick look at. So these matches may or may not be finalized yet. But just to quickly just highlight some of the big names that we've seen today. We've got Set, Darkrow, Nataraja, Ficus. They're definitely familiar names. Let's find out how many rounds of the Swiss event there's going to be. HappyMeal, we've seen him in a lot of events. Carl Bickford and Sentera, definitely familiar names. Silco did very well in the last event. If you didn't see any of the last events, so Set is our reigning champion. Darkrow finished runner-up, and then joint third was Nataraja and Silco. Set has won a lot of these events, often beating Darkrow in the final. Darkrow's finished second, finished runner-up many, many times. Could this be the one where he manages to take Set out? Or maybe someone else will take Set out, but we'll see. Can Darkrow challenge Set? Set, of course, did win the SBI. And as part of the prize for that, he was able to get a skin in the game. Now, let me see if I can bring that up. So it's a wrecked skin. I don't know if it's available for purchase or not. Let's have a look. Where's Rect? Okay, so Rect is here.
Good.
Okay, so here's the SBI Rect skin, SBI number 1. And it's got set on there. If you look at the trophy pistol, you can see Set's got his name on there with the SBI. And there's a secret little message underneath. That's a cool looking skin. Don't know if we've seen that out in play. Not sure how we can get hold of that. That'll probably be available for purchase at some point, I assume. So, Rect isn't one of Set's favourite masters, so we may not see him playing that today. So we're just waiting for the players to check in, make sure who's here is here before we kick off the round, get as many people involved as possible. When we have new people in the events, sometimes they're not entirely sure what they should be doing, where they should be doing it. So there's, especially in the first round of the event, there's a little bit of treading water while we're trying to figure out what everyone's doing and make sure everyone's where they are and what they need to do. So Bevalanche, I think, is definitely going to be something we'll either see today or we see banned a lot today. Very strong spell. Maybe stronger in duos, of course, because there's just more stuff to hit. But definitely a strong spell. Definitely a spell we see a lot of. And definitely a spell that will probably get nerfed. I think the damage is going to go down to 140. I think it started at 180, then it got nerfed to 160, which is where it is currently. And I think it may go down further to 140. But it's a very powerful spell for 4 mana. You've got that big area that it can deal damage over. Does a decent amount of damage. Of course, does an insane slow while units are in it, but also does permanently slow those units that it affects. Now, interestingly, I think one of the changes in the next patch, we shouldn't talk about that too much, but the next patch is going to be a big one. There's going to be a lot of changes in the next patch. But I think one of the things that I just wanted to mention, we're talking about the slow. I think Sunburn may have like a defrost ability where it can remove slow. So that might be something we see as a way to counter that in the future. But we won't talk too much about the next patch. There's going to be a lot of changes, though. Master changes, game rule changes. There's a lot that's going to happen. So that'll be interesting to see how that change lands, how people like it or don't like it. You know, people generally don't like change, but we'll see how it goes. And, of course, how the changes then affect not only the play in the ladder, the casual play, but the tournament play. How does it change the way the tournaments play? How does it change the way the decks are built for the tournaments? So it'll be very interesting to see. So next month could be very, very interesting. But that's next month. Today is now. So we're just, as I mentioned, we are just waiting for the players to sign up, sign in, make sure they know where they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to be doing. But it's always good to see some new players getting involved, and of course, seeing some familiar players as well. We've got Set there in the chat. Hello, Set. Thanks for joining us. Set, of course, as I mentioned, reigning champion. Can he be dethroned? Or will he win again? Now, the interesting thing about this event is it's a global event, so the good news is anyone can join. The bad news is sometimes people get kind of messed up by the time zone. So we have Dark Crow. We know Dark Crow's from China. He will often get very, very deep into these events, generally gets to the final, but the offshoot of that is it's very, very early morning for him. But that's just part and parcel of these events. They're open to everyone, so time zones are just a thing that everyone has to deal with. We try to have it... we try to have the events at a time that's accessible for all. You can't make it ideal for everyone, but we do what we can. So, you know, a long event can really take its toll on the players, but we'll see how they go. Right, so let's have a look. So it looks like our first game is going to be Dark Crow against Badjo. So we spoke about Dark Crow, and looks like we may be able to see them. So let's check. Okay, let's See if we've got any bans. As mentioned, the players do have ban powers. We've spoken about the bans overall for the event, APEP, Rocket Scrat, and Simulacrum, but the players themselves have ban powers to prevent their opponent from playing one master or two specific cards. Now, we'll see what people decide to ban. As we always mention about the bans, sometimes people ban things specifically that counter their deck. For example, if you've got a Reconator, you're going to ban something like a Defenso Chopper because that'll shut down your strat entirely. Also, people sometimes just ban what's meta strong at the moment. And then other times you get the new players that just ban like they've just thrown a dart at a wall of cards and just chosen whatever it lands on. So, you know, one of the things to learn is how important these ban powers are and how to wield them appropriately. And that's something the experienced players will know and the new players will still have to get to grips with. But again, that's something they can learn as they take part in these events. Sometimes people just decide, I don't know what to ban, I'm just not going to ban anything. I'm just going to raw dog this, see what happens. Okay, so we're just waiting on the bans to come in for the first game. And hopefully we can get some action going for you. We're going to have some giveaways running. I think what we're going to do, the easiest way for the giveaways, we're just going to open it and we're just going to leave it open for the whole day. And then at the end of the stream, we'll grab some winners. You don't have to be here if you're not able to stay for the whole event. Just enter and then I may DM you later if you're a winner. So we're going to open that. So exclamation point Minion Masters with the heart face emoji. Type to enter our giveaway. Thanks always to BetaDwarf for the codes. Remember, you can get codes yourself if you want to stream the game. You can earn codes depending on how much you stream, what your viewer figures are like. And yeah, you can do what you like with the codes. Give them away to community, keep them for yourself if you're a bit of a monster, whatever. A little encouragement to get more people streaming the game. Right, so we just pin that. Right, so that looks good. Yep, so join that. We'll just join it, and then we'll draw it at the end of the stream. And then that's just something that's we don't have to keep doing during the stream. Right, so looks like Kyle might be a bit AFK at the moment. I'll make sure we got the emoji on the end there. I always choose a giveaway command with an emoji that if you miss out the emoji, it calls another command, which is just really close-minded of me. I'm sorry. So there's a link in the chat there for the bracket, so if you want to follow along, you can do. Yes, Anna Warinkes, I'm casting this one alone. What I'll do is I'll try to keep you up to date with the other scores as much as possible. But as said, you can follow along as well. The players are encouraged to report the results of their matches game by game so we can see them progress via the website. Some of them just refuse to do so, which is freaking annoying. Okay, so we're still waiting. Sorry for this bit downtime, but the first round of the event is always a bit of a nightmare. So let's have a look at... So it looks like... So this is the setup, though, at the moment. So it looks like we've got Set against Mambi. So that looks like a very experienced player against a new tournament player. We've got Dark Crow against Badjo. We've got Nataraja against CrazyJie. Ficus against Briz. HappyMeal against Kryptonius Rex. Carl Bickford against Sentera. And Silco against Odd Eyes. Odd Eyes may be DQ'd from not turning up or not signing up or something. Who knows? Right, we've got some ban information in. Let's look at it. Badjo banned King Puff. Extentor says, has anyone ever banned A Puff? If you're talking, does King Puff qualify as that? If so, yes. Badjo just banned King Puff. King Puff, Idol, and Ravager. So Idol of Sacrifice, that's a very strong strat we've seen before. And what looks like... wait, King Puff, Idol, and Ravager. Wait, what? Hold on, what? Hold on. Idol, and you can't ban two Masters. King Puff, Idol... We're going to get to the bottom of this. There's no sideboards in this. It's best of 3 to start with, and then when we get to the knockout stages, it's best of 5. Dark Crow's banned Ravager, Blue Golem, and Avea. So we speak about the bans and kind of trying to cast a wide net with your bans. So Avea, very strong strat. Blue Golem, so kind of those two cards remove kind of entire strats, and of course Ravager removes a lot of aggro. Right, we just get to the bottom of that ban, and then hopefully we can have some gameplay. Right, is Dark Crow online? Yes. Okay, disregard Ravager. Oh, okay, Ravager might have been... Okay, disregard Ravager. No, this is Sneak Purple Storm. Get yours at sneakenergy.com. No, that's Blankberry. Okay, so it looks like the bans are King Puff and Idol for Badjo. Not sure what the third ban was, but that we've been told to disregard it. And Ravager, Blue Golem, and Avea. Okay. Right, so we should be good to go. We got Dark Crow. And Badjo just waiting to go. Let me make sure that we're good to go on this screen. Okay. So hopefully we can have some gameplay. Almost ready. Players have been given the go-ahead, I think. Remember, in this first stage of the event, this is going to be the Swiss format. There's going to be 5 rounds. The players will play each other. The first round's kind of based on some soft seeding, as Sinobii calls it, and then going forward, the players will play based on their performance. So if someone's won a bunch, they'll play someone else that's won a bunch, vice versa. As we go through, there's going to be 5 of those rounds, and at the end of that, we'll have our top 8. And then, actually, I think today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. I think we may be having a top 4. Sometimes the way the events work just kind of is dynamically changed depending on how many people are in it. Let me just check to see if that is the case. So I think Idol of Sacrifice with the Rabid Prowler is still a very strong strat. Even though the Idol no longer has the haste, it's still very difficult to deal with. And it's one of those that kind of each push, they do massive damage. So you survive 2 or 3 pushes, and then it's game over. And of course, depending on what you're playing, it can really... If you're playing something like a Mordor deck or something, you're going to struggle against something with that early aggro. So we mentioned that Apep's going to be banned, but Diona's not going to be banned. And Diona has also received the changes where her perk 1 and perk 3, the traps, they're cycle to timer based. So they're no longer cards added to your deck. They're added to your deck on a timer. So that means that you're free from the deck building restrictions of having to have a cheap deck to maximize how often you can get these perks. You get them after a certain amount of time, regardless. Now, the changes to Diona don't seem to have affected it too much. Like, Apep's very, very strong at the moment. Diona may be being overshadowed a little bit, but we'll see. Right, so here we are. We're going to go into our first match of the day here. We're going to have our dual deck technology, so you can see exactly what's going on. And let me just get this set up here. Okay, so we've got Dark Crow playing Diona, as mentioned, and we've got Badjo playing Morelia. I always want to say Milloween, but managed to not. Right, we see the Diplomancer, so this isn't a curse deck. Going straight out with the Ghost there. The Spirits dropping here. Going to be some valuable Spirits. Spirits got nerfed a little bit at the top end in the last patch. So Accursed is going to be a late game deck. Going to be working towards that Accursed Ascension, trying to get those 80 Accursed Souls, and then various cards in his deck will be stronger. One of those is not going to be the Diplomancer, no longer has an Accursed effect. Right, let me just make sure I've got everything on my list here. So we got Dark Crow, Badjo. Just trying to keep our records up to date. Diona and Morelia. So a decent XP lead to start with Dark Crow. So if you look at the top there, you can see in the perk 1 circle, there is a timer. That's the timer counting down to his next trap available. Right, so the Ghost grabs a Zealot there. And we can see Dark Crow playing City Watch. It's received a number of nerfs, but still very strong out there. Okay, these prop scrats with shields, kind of frustrating to deal with. But Morelia is not too shabby at dealing with that. Stormbringer would have just drowned then. So as mentioned, you can see the timers in the circles at the top for the perks. That's a change I really like. There was only a few that had it before. Now most of the master perks that have the timer on it will have that in there. Really nice to see. Just gives you that extra information, so that you're aware of when your perk's about to happen and it doesn't take you by surprise when it pops in as your next card. Right, Badjo getting some good value from the Ghost, but not really enough. And look at XP, nearly double XP for Dark Crow. And this is a massive push as well. This is going to be huge damage coming out. The scrats, the prop scrats, as mentioned earlier with the shields, they are fairly terrifying. Don't have something that can shred through them, and that's going to be the first game. Dark Crow's going to take that by 1-0, and really Badjo just didn't have any answers for that. And he was able to land the Ghost over and over again, but not really the sort of value. So he's paying 4 mana for, you know, a mostly or a substantially damaged Zealot. Doesn't seem a substantially damaged and cursed Zealot. So do we think that's a good 4 mana trade? Not really. Not the sort of value that you really want. And yeah, that was just very much a late game deck, just not getting to late game at all. Okay, so let's see if we can get these scores up on the screen so that we can both try to follow along. Okay, so that was a fairly straightforward early start there. So 1-0 to Dark Crow. Right, Dark Crow. And Badjo. Right, there we go. Okay, so we are, remember, it's best of 3 until mentioned otherwise. And there's no restriction on playing a master at the moment after winning. There will be, but not yet. And I'll let you know when there will be. I'll keep you up to date. So we definitely see sometimes in these events, we have some of these players that will just have a deck that's working for them, and they'll just play that deck over and over again because they don't want to show their opponents, their potential future opponents, too many different options that they've got up their sleeve. They want to keep something there to surprise them with, if possible. Because obviously, if you've got a good idea of what someone's going to play, then you've got more information to use your ban powers more appropriately. But that was just... the City Watch really just gives you that constant trickle of units over the bridges. Accursed decks we see a lot in 2v2, not necessarily in 1v1. And that might be because they are much weaker early game. If you're playing 2v2, you have an opponent that, oh, sorry, you have a teammate that can carry you a little bit until your deck really starts popping off when you get the Accursed Ascension and you get that extra value, you get that big dragon at perk 3, and so on and so forth. We definitely can see some Morelia decks that do work in solos, but they generally are not the Accursed variety. Not to say that they can't work, but, you know, that's just... There's just some strats that work much better in 2v2. Some cards that work much better in 2v2, etc. Okay, so that's the first game. We're just waiting. Looks like Badjo is deck building. I think a potential change. Darkrow looks like he's ready to go. You do like playing your Mayhem, just a heads up that Relics of Old Mayhem is available for another 1 day and 20 hours. Relics of Old is where you choose 2 adventure relics at the start of the Mayhem. So you draft 2 relics, and then you build a deck to hopefully work around them. And then, of course, you play Mayhem. It's 2v2 Mayhem, either randoms or pre-mades. And you play that until you get either 12 wins or 3 losses, whichever comes first. And you get rewards. The better you do, the more rewards you get. Yep, chat's mentioning about the Squire Path. The Squire Path really can start popping off as well. Gets lots of value. Those shields can be really, really valuable at times. Right, here we go. We're loading into our second game. Darkrow 1 game to 0 up. Can he close out this best of 3? I guess we're going to find out. Okay. What do we have? So we got Darkrow playing Morelia and Badjo playing Setsu. So we saw an Accursed Morelia that didn't really work. Let's see what we see this time. So straight away we see Beverlanche in Darkrow's hand. Let's see what Badjo's got. So this is going to be looks like a heavy push to start with. We've got the Troubadour pushing at the bottom, Groggy Woodsman at the top. How's Jolo's luck? Jolo's luck is holding. Right. Jolo's luck is not going to hold much longer. What does he have to deal with here? He does have bats, so he looks like he's probably saving up for his bats here. Here they come. So you want to spawn as much as you can. Get those bats, and of course the Bannerman makes those bats really powerful. They can survive a hit. So that was not too bad, I think. The bats, there we see, look, the shielded bats. So he jumps off of the Annihilator, kind of frustrating. Excuse me. Okay, but not a terrible early push. Badjo gets a little bit of an XP lead and does some decent face damage. So he's playing a heavy Stoutheart deck. We've got Revelry Tech in there. Woodsmen are very tanky and very strong, and not to be overlooked. But he doesn't have too much to deal with the bats. That could be his problem. That could be Darkrow's saving grace at the moment. You see he's got the reduced bats from his spellbook. Every mana he spends, he gets a bat. And there you can just see, look at the power of the bats. He needs the Annihilator, but the Annihilator could get shredded. Could get annihilated, if you will. Because the bats will jump around. They do have the shields on to just keep them alive. There comes the Beverlanche. So Darkrow has held that push nicely, and he's got a heal puff to start repairing some of that damage. He's also done more damage to his opponent as well. So we can see, but what's happening here is Badjo has a weakness against anti-air, and Darkrow has a million flying bats. Right, here they come again. Setsu coming in. But again, the shield just causes Setsu to just not do really any damage at all. Bats do good DPS. They're going to shred through. Blood Imps, we know how powerful their DPS is. They can be punished. The Caber Tosser could do massive damage to them, for example. But there you see the Glens Brew. Doesn't cause the unit to disappear anymore. It will just heal, and he'll get some extra hits off. But then there's more bats. This is just going to be bats, 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 bats. The fourth bats. Right, can the Annihilator clear them up? Okay, the Annihilator does a good job there, but he's going to get shut down. All the time, Darkrow's healing up and doing more damage himself. Right, Caber Tosser will clear half of that. But still, it's got the DPS there of the Blood Imps. They are slowed. But it doesn't look like he can hold this at all. I think Badjo got pretty unlucky with this matchup here. But that sometimes happens. If you play a deck that has a glaring weakness, then you're always going to have the chance of that weakness being exploited. And there's not really much more of a way this could be exploited than just 1,000 bats. 32 HP. Badjo, very little chance of holding on here. Oh, it looks like he's going to get DPS down. Niveir's going to be on face. He had to play there to stop the Jolo, but then he just caused Niveir to aggro on face. Wow. Okay. That was just an unfortunate matchup. Sometimes you get them on the ladder. Sometimes, of course, you get them here in the tournaments. But that's what happens. If you play a deck with an inherent weakness, there is a chance that your opponent will be able to exploit that. And we could see straight away that the bats were the way that he had of dealing with it. If you're thinking about, if Badjo maybe is thinking about what went wrong there, you can either just say, well, I'm just going to play a deck like that. It's got that weakness. I'll just deal with it. If I get countered, I get countered. Or you can start potentially changing it to put some spells in that could deal with that sort of situation. But you've got to be careful you don't tech too much against, oh, let me put in a Poison Strike to deal with the bats, and then you come up against something where the Poison Strike really doesn't help you too much at all. So, you know, there's decisions to be made. But that, yeah, that was just bats, bats, bats. So if you're not familiar with the way the bats spell works, basically you cast the spell, and then for, I think, the next 5 seconds, you get a bat for every mana that you spend. Right on my top. So what you do in Morelia is you use her spellbook to reduce the cost of the bats. So that means that's more mana that you have to then spend. So you save up maximum mana, 10, almost 11 mana. Then you use the bats spell, and then you just kind of spam everything. He gets all his bats out. He then throws down the shield on them, and that was it. Bats, of course, with the shield, they are very difficult to remove, and their DPS is really, really strong, as you could see there. Troubadour really didn't stand too much of a chance. It's a strat we've seen before, but I don't think we've seen it be quite so strong against a specific sort of counter situation there. Show Me the Money says, is Darkrow Batman? That's up to you to decide. That may have been his origin story right there. Yeah, so that was one of those games that we could probably see from the outset how it was going to turn out. But it happens. You got to try these things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. No shame in it. Uh-oh, okay. Looks like somebody played APEP, didn't read the rules. RIP. GG. It's important. I can't stress it enough. If you do take part in events like this, make sure you follow the tournament information. Make sure you're fully up to date on what is banned for the event. And also, what is your opponent banning against you? If you need to, get a notepad, write the damn things down, and then before you start the match, just have a quick sanity check, just to make, oh shit, APEP's banned, quick. Let's get out of there. We've seen that a few times in this event, even with very, very experienced players, you know, they just have a bit of a lapse of concentration, mistakes are made, and it can really harm you by just making those small errors. Right, so let's have a look at where we are. The first round's not going to tell us too much, but there's no harm in checking. Okay, so there we've seen Set get a victory against Mambi. 2-0. Darkrow we saw beating Badjo. Nataraja beating CrazyJie. Probably pronouncing that wrong. That's 2-0. Ficus beating Briz. 2-0. HappyMeal beating Kryptonius Rex. 2-1. Looks like Kryptonius Rex took the first game there. HappyMeal fought back. Took the next two. Yeah. It is always going to be a legend against somebody less than a legend because of the way that the soft seeding works. Okay. So now we're going to move into the second round. Here we see our second round matches and the players will start to be paired off. So we can see straight away Set against HappyMeal. They both won. Ficus against Kyle Bickford. They both won. Nataraja against Darkrow, etc., etc. Yeah, chat talking about dealing with large units. What you find with newer players is they'll come up against something like a Colossus and they think, oh my god, that's terrifying. How do I ever possibly beat that? That's obviously pay to win. But then if you look at the better players, the more experienced players, the players that have a better understanding of how to deal with things, there's a lot of ways that you can deal with it. You know, all of these units have their weaknesses. Colossus, of course, is going to be susceptible to air if it's not supported, susceptible to stun, to curse. And generally what you'll see these players dealing with these units is they'll have something to tank it, and then they'll place their DPS behind it. So something like, for example, against a Colossus, if you've got a Jolo in front of a Colossus, as long as the Jolo has reasonable luck, he can last almost forever against a Colossus. And of course, if you've got your DPS behind it, they're out of range, kind of mostly. We know the Colossus is one of those units. He has a 180-degree swing, but it feels like almost 360 at some times. Okay, so the second round, we're going to have Silco against CrazyJie. CrazyJie. Crazy. Let's just say crazy, and then we're pretty sure that the crazy part of that is right. Right, thanks for everyone joining us today. I appreciate you being here. Just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so interacting with chat is a little bit weird, but we'll do our best. I say we again because I'm on my own today. So we're going to go into our second round of matches, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Silco against Crazy. Now, I don't know how long Silco's been playing for, but he seems to be a very high-level ladder player. And he also finished joint third in the last event, so definitely a force to be reckoned with here today. Also does play some very interesting decks as well. We've seen him play some Mana Puff Madness stuff, both on the ladder and in the event. And it's always interesting to see somebody playing these different kind of decks, really throwing a wrench into the meta. This is a tournament for PC players only. Unfortunately, there's no cross-play. What's the easiest way when someone says to you, is Minion Masters cross-play? What's the most succinct way to answer it? Because it's not yes and it's not no. Xbox players and PC players exist together in the ecosystem. Okay? If you play randoms, you may get a player on your team from a different platform. You may get opponents from a different platform. If you play solos, your opponent may be on a different platform. They may not be. If you play pre-mades, your opposing team might be on different platforms. But one thing you cannot do is your teammate in pre-mades cannot be from a different platform, because there's no cross-platform friends list functionality. That was something that Minion Masters Remastered was going to introduce. There was going to be like a Minion Masters friends list, which was kind of separate from the platforms so that you could send friend requests across platforms effectively. But no, and because you can't have specific matches between different platforms, we can't have a tournament between PC and Xbox. Right, okay. See, I don't know what the easiest way to say that is. It's just not an easy answer. Yes and no. Crossplay, yes and no. Okay, so we're going to wait for the bans to come in. Silco against CrazyJie. Let's have a look if we've got these guys on our friends list. Silco is likely to be... Silco. Okay, maybe not. Let's bring up the Steam list. Okay, right. Silco is here. I don't think he's in game at the moment. And CrazyJie. Not sure we have CrazyJie. The players, of course, are asked to send friend requests as appropriate. Do they always do it? Of course they don't. So let's see if we can find these folks. Okay, let's see if we can search by name. Okay. This could be the right person. We've got one friend in common. Let's play Twitch. No, let's play Steam Detective. Right. Oh, I do have a friend request for them. Okay. That either just came through or I'm blind. Right, are they online? Okay. Have them now, but they are not in game. Matchmaking, cross-making only. What? I know that. Matchmaking, cross-play only. What? That's even more confusing. Yes, Luke. The best answer is no, because you can't duel with your buddy on a different platform. Okay. Yeah, but it's not correct, though. But who knows? Maybe that's a feature we'll get at some point in the future. Muffin Proof says, it's cross-platform. Crossplay is when you have progress on multiple devices. Cross-platform is when what you're describing. Oh! Wait. Looks like they might be starting. Do we have bans? No. What's happening? Okay, no. Okay, no. Full start. I've still got the wrong person from the last game. Spectating. Okay, that freaks me out a little bit, but don't worry. Okay. False alarm. Awaiting bans. Is the MM coming to SNES anytime soon? I would like that. That would make me get my SNES out of the loft. Am I up to date on chat messages? In 3 minutes? Yes. Right, so... Right. Oh, God. I saw the person I wanted to spectate on my friends list. As I went to click on them, the friends list updated and it became someone else. Right, Silco is there. Progress. We got one of the players ready to go. CrazyJie, still not online. Send him a little sneaky DM. Okay. Confusing. Right. Looks like they're away at the moment, so... Okay, we might switch to another game if these guys are not available. Okay. Not sure why someone plays one game and then goes AFK, but who knows. I'm trying, Siang! I'm trying! There's $200, I think, for the winner. $200 for the winner. Overall prize pool, $400. Okay, this delay is getting a little annoying. We're trying to ease the wheels here. Try to grease them a little bit. Yeah, 3-minute delay to stop people cheating. Or at least, you know, people may not cheat, but if there isn't a delay, there's always that potential shadow cast, right? So I think this is the healthiest way to do it. But the problem you also have is if you have one match that's horrifically delayed, then it can delay everyone else since you need all the results from the previous round to create the next round, since it's based on everyone's performances. So whilst we're waiting, let's just fill a little bit of time looking at the most recent balance changes. So, of course, we've got the two new cards that are not available in today's event, Vux Clutch Cooker and the Net Blaster. Let me know in the chat what you guys think of those new cards, if you've had a chance to play around with them. Clutch Cooker seems interesting. My biggest question is, what the F is a Clutch Cooker? Answers in the chat. It seems like an interesting card. Definitely brings a different kind of mechanic. Definitely doesn't feel OP. Could be UP. Right, I'm not missing any messages. Okay, looks like they're in game now, so this could get up. This is unfortunately, this is just the problem. We try to show newer players on the tournament streams, but of course with that comes the inexperience of tournament play, so they don't really know what to do, where to be, so you get these delays. Okay, right. They are both online, just awaiting ban confirmation. What's the hold up? The hold up is people not being ready. No, there's no cheating. People not being ready. People have got to be ready at the right time. They've got to be in the right place. They've got to submit their bans. They've got to be in communication with their opponent. They've got to be in communication with the admin. Yes, I mean, stream sniping. There's definitely, if you're watching your opponent's hand, there's definitely some stuff you can gain from it. Whether that's specific cards being available at a certain moment's notice, or something that your opponent may be keeping secretly hidden. And I would like to think that people wouldn't do that, but when money's on the line, who knows? Okay, this is kind of weird. People not knowing what to do, even though it's not their first event. Like, how did they get through the other event if they didn't know what to do? You like the Net Blaster? We don't really see it very often. It might be because people haven't had it unlocked. Okay, right. We're almost ready. I don't know why it was so difficult, but we got there. Sorry for the delay. Hopefully as we go further, people will be more understanding of what they're supposed to do. And it'll be far smoother. So apologies for the delay. We'll try to keep it going as smoothly as possible. Right. CrazyJie has decided to ban nothing. We spoke about that earlier. Sometimes newer players decide not to ban anything. And Silco's banned Snap Freeze, Bearvalanche, and Diona. So interesting to see both Snap Freeze and Bearvalanche being banned by this. Often we see minions being banned, but two spells being banned. Bearvalanche very strong. Snap Freeze also could be very, very strong as well, depending on what you're trying to play. But we're ready. Hopefully they're ready. I mean, it's understandable newer players don't know what to do, but these players that have been in events before, they should know what they're doing. But hopefully now they know, right? They've learned. Going forward, it should be fine. Right. Here we go. We got some gameplay, guys. Let's go. Right, we see Urklaw. We were wondering whether we were going to see last season's card. We are. So Silco playing King Puff's got the new King Puff skin. Got a heal coming in on there on Urklaw. I think generally with that heal, you want Urklaw to trigger first, right? Get the Berserker Rage, and then heal it. So maybe a little bit of a mistake, but some decent damage coming out to start with. Right, bridge swap. The DPS of the Blood Imps is going to be enough to grab that, so nicely done. Okay, sounds like we've got a TAS somewhere. Okay, Bats, Nats, TAS. We see the Siege Breaker as well. Did get a small buff in the latest patch. Oh, this is going to be difficult for him to deal with. That aimbot is always frustrating to deal with. Looks like the Mark's helping out there from the TAS. This is going to be a lot of damage. We had a big push from CrazyJie to start with, but the counter push looks devastating at the moment. Blood Imps are absolutely shredding it. This is going to be game immediately. That was a long wait for a 1 minute 27 game. Okay. Doing this on my own, it doesn't really affect the organization of the events. That delay was nothing down to me being on my own. That delay was just down to the players not knowing what the flick to do. Sinobii, of course, handling everything behind the scenes, so I don't need to worry about that. Right, so that was a very quick game. We saw the power of Outlander. CrazyJie went heavily in. I think he should have waited with that heal to get the trigger on the Urklaw to start with, but I don't think it really would have changed too much. And Nats, that was just Nats, and more Nats, really. We know how difficult the Nats can be on the aimbot to deal with it. Really frustrating. So yeah, that's game number 1 over and done. Can Silco close this out quickly after us waiting like 20 minutes for the match? Who knows? We'll find out. Let's see if he's going to play the same or if Crazy's going to switch to be something else. Yeah, unfortunately that delay was caused by the players not being aware of where to interact with each other. There is a chat on the tournament website that allows the players in each match to communicate directly and easily. And unfortunately one of those players was using that and the other one wasn't aware of it. So they may have been shouting at a wall. Okay, so we had some gameplay, but it was only brief. But it was a tease for what's coming up next. Hopefully we won't have to wait so much longer for the next one. Yep, Urklaw was a big opening start. Sends that guy in on his own. Really what you want is to take advantage of that taunt by protecting other things around it. He can put out good DPS, but as we mentioned a couple of times, you want to wait for him to get down to his trigger point at 50% HP and do his Roar and get his Berserker Rage, and then heal him, because then you have the Berserker Rage for longer. But I don't think it would have changed anything. He would have done a little bit more face damage, but not really anything that would have changed the game. And we saw, of course, the power of the switch from King Puff, just stunning. And the DPS of the Blood Imps. A lot of the newer players are like, I don't understand why anyone would ever play Blood Imps. What you've got to understand is you're getting 5 units, so you can easily take both bridges. You are getting very strong DPS. And it's all for 1 mana. But what you're doing is you're basically trading some of your HP for the fact it's so cheap. Now, that's really the benefit of them. Of course, they can be punished. If you're playing Blood Imps, you've got to be aware of what your opponent has to punish them. If your opponent has something like a Caber Tosser or a a big single target, single damage spell like Fireball. You've got to pay attention to when that is and isn't available, when you can potentially use them. But they're very strong, they're very powerful, but you've got to be smart. Right, here we go. Game number 2. Silco has gone to Wrecked. Looks like a Ritual Wrecked. And CrazyJie's playing Ravager. So, what do we have there? Dormant Defenders. They're going to sit there for a while. Massive Lightning Bolt on Caliph. That's some good value. Now, a Lightning Bolt against someone playing heavy cards can get a lot of value. But you're going to get that one kind of easy free start, free Lightning Bolt value at the start. But then Silco should do what he can to play around it. Okay, so the Howling Gale, healing everything. I don't think it's called Howling Gale. Mountain Gale, that's it. Oh, the Harbinger gets... There was one unit that could kill the Harbinger, and that unit got absolutely shredded immediately. Okay, looks like somehow he managed to miss the mushrooms there. And this is going to be a massive counter push. The Harbinger is... If you look at his hand, how's he going to deal with that Harbinger? He really has no way of dealing with that Harbinger. Ravager, of course, very short arms, isn't going to make it. Wrecked clones and the Wrecked itself, clearing everything else. Goes for the Lightning Bolt. It hits the clone. Worst case scenario. In comes the Golem from the Rock and Roller. And that's going to be all she wrote. And that's a very quick 2-0. We waited 20 minutes for a combined 3 minutes of gameplay. Sounds worth it. And there we have it. Silco takes that pretty easily. 2-0. Could be a case of an experienced player with a less experienced player. He just did what he needed to do. And, yeah. The problem is he started with the Dormant Defenders, which, of course, you want to get up to 6 mana to trigger their Awakening. Otherwise, they're just going to sit there and degrade. He almost got to it, but then he saw the opportunity with Caliph, so he played the Lightning Bolt, which then dropped his mana back down. He had to wait even longer to trigger the Awakening. So, I mean, what he could have done is he knew that basically all the mana had been spent on Caliph, or the most of it. He could have just waited a little bit longer, triggered his Dormant Defenders so they could have got into the battle a little bit better, a little bit healthier, and then Lightning Bolted it. But of course, you know, when you've got a Lightning Bolt, you do feel like you want to take those opportunities. But it's something that could have just been played a little better. But again, although it could have been played a little better, I don't think it would have changed anything in the way that that match ended up. Right. Okay, so sorry for the delay in getting that there. And do I need to apologize for it only being 3 minutes of combined gameplay? I don't know. But it means we can get on to something else. So if we have a look at the bracket, remember you can always follow along at home if you want to see what's going on elsewhere. Check out the players, their previous performances, etc., etc. You can do. Right, so Set beating HappyMeal. Ficus against Kyle Bickford is... We're not sure. The website's showing them 1-0 up. So we may be going into that. We may check that game out. Nataraja losing to Dark Crow. Briz beating Mambi. Sentera beating Kryptonius Rex. Silco beating CrazyJie, as we saw there. Badjo looks like he gets a bye. So what we'll try and do is maybe, and I can't promise you this, but we might get some extra gameplay to make up for what we missed out in that last one. Let's have a look. We've got Kyle against Ficus. Let's see if we can jump in there and see what's going on in that match. Do we have these players available? Right, okay, Kyle. We have Ficus. Okay. I'm doing this for you guys. Right, looks like they may be in the menu, so it might be over. I may have promised you something that I'm not able to deliver. Which is not awkward at all. I tried. Attempts were made. But that match could be 1-1, could be 2-0. We're trying to find out. Okay, it's 2-0. It's over. Sorry, I tried. But that doesn't matter because we can just go into the next round now. We tried to get some extra gameplay, but no extra gameplay, but we get to the regular gameplay more quickly. So, you know, whatever happens, it's a win, right? Okay, so that's the first 2 rounds of this event completed. The first 2 of the Swiss format. So we're going to go into the 3rd round now. We'll have a look. To start with, right? Yeah, there are no requirements to join the tourney. So sometimes, especially in the early stages, we get some one-sided matches. But, you know, that's part and parcel of it being a tournament that's open for everyone. The deeper we go into it, you know, the cream should rise to the top. And the more close competitive matches we get. Right. Right, so we've got Set against Silco, Darkrow against Ficus, Nataraja against Carl, Badjo against Sentera, Briz against HappyMeal, Mambi looks like he gets a bye, and Kryptonius Rex and CrazyJie is the last match. Yep. I mean, one-sided matches are not great to watch, but it's just inevitable at the start of these events. Okay, so we're just going to choose the next match, and then we'll dive in. Okay, so we may be going to watch Set against Silco. We just saw Silco, but only briefly. Set, of course, the reigning champion, so it'll be good to see what he's up to. God, look at chat's getting excited about the extra gameplay, but I'm not going to be able to deliver. It's going to be so awkward. Okay, so Set against Silco. Let's go with that one. That should be a good one. Reigning champion against the joint 3rd place player in the last one. Okay, let's get the score updated on here for you. So this is going to be the 3rd round. Remember, during this part of the event, the players are earning points for their wins, and after the 5 rounds, we'll have a look at our, I think it's going to be top 4 today, and then we'll have our playoff of that. Normally you have a top 8, but based on the number of people that are here today, it's going to be top 4, I think. Right, so we'll wait for the bands, and then we can dive in. Just make sure we got these players ready to go. Okay. So this should be a much sterner test for Silco. I feel like Set and Silco played in the last event. Yes, Set and Silco played in the semi-final of the last event. Set was able to win that by 3 games to 1. Silco opened with a Mana Puff Madness, Diona, that was just too strong, but then Set was able to fight back with Diona, Valorian, and Morelia. So they've played before. Let's see if they've learned anything from their previous matches. Information is key when it comes to banning. And these players that start getting to know each other, they know the sort of strats that they play, then they'll start banning things specifically against their opponent, rather than things that may be specifically bad for their decks, or stuff that's just stuff that's strong in the meta. But as a tournament player, it's important to be able to adjust your setup to any bans that are played against you. So you need to have plans A through however many to adjust your decks or adjust your strats. Right, so just waiting for the bans and then we can go. So Silco tends to play these interesting, different kind of decks. Set, we've definitely seen him play similar decks over and over again. I mean, if we had a lot of players that wanted to play in the tournament, then we could maybe look at having some kind of high-level event, some kind of newbie event. But we just don't have the players at the moment that want to take part in the events to really split them up, unfortunately. So we tried to have an event that is as open and accessible for everyone, but at the deep end of the event, really try to showcase as much skill and adaptability as possible. We do have a giveaway running. I think there should be a pinned command. Oh, I think I messed up the pinned command. Let me do that again. Okay, do that. And manually unpin it. Okay. That should be fine. Right, we'll do that at the end of the stream, so just enter while you're entering what's in there. Let's go. So I would be surprised if we don't see a Mana Puff Madness deck from Silco. It's definitely something we saw in the last event, and it's also something we've seen him play on ladder as well. So that's something that Set may have to keep into his mind. Mana Puff Madness, of course, the spell that gives each team 4 Mana Puffs. It can work incredibly well in your favor, or if you play it at the wrong time, it can really backfire. It's one of those cards that needs to have some good thought process behind how you're going to deal with it. You want to be in a position where you can defend your puffs and kill your opponent's puffs. The reverse of that happens, then you're going to be a sad panda. Okay, we've got the bans in. Guess what's been banned? Well, I'll tell you. Silco's banned Mordor, Avalanche, Beam of Doom, and Set has banned King Puff. We just saw Silco play King Puff, Avea, and Mana Puff Madness. I'm a clairvoyant. So that's a very targeted ban with the Mana Puff Madness. But of course, if someone like Silco is playing this kind of niche deck, he's got to be aware of this ban potentially being against him, and then he can play something else around it. So that's be interesting to see what they play. So no Mordor for Set. I feel that is kind of a strange ban. I don't feel Set's likely to play Mordor. Avalanche is a pretty meta ban. Beam of Doom kind of suggests that you might want to be playing something with big, heavy pushes that a Beam of Doom would shut down, so you remove that option from your opponent. What's a catch modifier? Okay, so no King Puff and no Mordor. Right, so let's see We are ready to go. They're ready to go. So it's going to be set. I may have to change the order of the names around just because of how they appeared on my friends list. Let's do that quickly. Silco and Set. Right, Set, of course, the reigning champion. He's won a lot of these events. Let's see if he can be challenged here and how that will affect the rest of the event. Right, here we go. We're moving in to the first game. This is going to be best of 3. And what do we have? Right, Stormbringer against Diona. Set with his Diona tournament winner skin, Dynasty Diona. Very rare skin. If you're familiar with Set and the decks he plays, this looks like a very common deck that he will play almost to death today, probably. Can he deal with it? Can Silco deal with it? Let's have a look. So, what do we have? He's got the TAS in there. He's got the Harbinger in here. Harbinger, we know, can be a bit of a menace if your opponent doesn't have a good way of dealing with it. Let's have a look what he can do here. Right. Okay, went for the black hole. Was it quick enough? So I think what happened there, the black hole wasn't quick enough, but some of the poison ticked whilst the black hole was in action, so the poison didn't do as much damage as you would expect. That's some good face damage straight away from Set there. And of course he's got XP on the back of it. But here we see the TAS, the Nats, the marks from the TAS, meaning everything's going to start aggroing and trying to shut that down, but that's a nice trap from Set. Crossbow trap getting some great value there. It's going to pick off the heal puff as well. Blood Imps are out. They're going to get punished. Not too much, though. The Grenadier is going to kill most of them. And that's where we talked about the Blood Imps before. You kind of trade that XP or their power just for some of your HP. You've got to be careful you don't get too low on XP. The Taunt Trap was a little low there, a little late, so it's not going to save the Zealot. So basically the Harbinger had already started its attack, so the Taunt Trap won't affect that attack. The next attack, it will do. But a very strong start from Set here. Ahead on XP, strongly. Ahead on HP, also strongly. This is going to be very difficult for Silco to deal with. The poison and the trap just doing so much power there to the Harbinger. And this really feels like Silco's got no real chance here. It looks like Silco's stopped playing. I think he knows he's too far behind. He doesn't have any way of dealing with Set's pushes. And Set does have a lot of ways of dealing with his. And then we see that we've seen the Harbinger played in tournament play before, and it can be really disgusting if your opponent doesn't have good tools to deal with it. But if they do, and they use them appropriately, it can be fairly easily shut down. Harbinger, we spoke about the Colossus earlier. The Harbinger is one of those cards that new players can really struggle to deal with, and newer players, experienced players can deal with far more easily. And of course we had the poison there. The black hole helped against the poison, but it does prevent some of it. And of course the crossbow trap. As long as you use it at the right time. You've got to be careful with the aggro, because the way the Harbinger can aggro is it can suddenly switch if its current target dies, it will then find another target, which could shut down the trap. But the trap did a good job, did all he needed to do, and there was never sort of any front line being able to get ahead of those heavy ranged units, and the sniper just had a bad time against the poison. Just a strat that didn't work out, but a strat that could work out, depending on the tools your opponent has. We saw smart use of the TAS. Remember, the TAS will mark the stuff around it. I think, does it mark the thing that's closest to it? They did change it a few times. And then that'll force the Nats and the Harbinger itself. Yeah, it marks the closest enemy. It used to be the lowest HP, I think. Marks the closest enemy. But yeah, it kind of got shut down, unfortunately. But it happens. We've seen some strats get heavily countered. Let's see what happens here. Right, Valorian. First Valorian of the day. And Diona again. Set's again probably just going to play this deck over and over again. Now, Valorian did, of course, get some changes fairly recently. His Perk 1 and Perk 2 were switched around, so you do get that Searing Light at Perk 1, so you get that removal spell almost at the start of the game, which is nice. Of course, you have it for longer. It did get nerfed, so it doesn't do quite as much damage. Okay, so big poison there. Blood Imps, of course, not getting punished by the poison. No real overkill in that situation. Okay, so perk 1 for both players. Trap available for Set. As we mentioned earlier, the trap is on a timer. So you'll see he's got the crossbow trap as his next card. Sorry, he's got the decoy trap, the taunt trap. When he uses it, then the timer will start, a 25-second timer for the next one. Right, Defenso against Defenso. Shen's not going to have the best time. Right, so we see the taunt trap is used. The timer in his perk circled at the top, 20 seconds now. Anything with taunt getting stunned is kind of an interesting interaction because when it gets stunned, it stops taunting. So there could be some real back and forth aggro caused by that. Grenadier's going to get one more shot off and kills the Shen. Right, where we at? XP. Slight XP lead for Set at the moment. These guys are not going to split correctly, so the top bridge is not going to be taken, but the Blood Imps will come in and deal with that. Again, that's a huge poison. It's going to kill all the little stuff there. Ruffles. I mean, Ruffles takes a hit there. Could save him a hit on face, so fairly valuable, you could say. Berserker Rage, of course, the remaining Zealot. You've got to watch out for that. The poison. Oh, the poison kills the stint just before he can get the bridge. That's kind of frustrating. Ruffles coming in, looking to try to get some XP. That yellow vial does get shut down. Set moving into a small XP lead. See, here we see, using the Blood Imps, trading that HP. Got to be aware of your HP when you're playing the Blood Imps. And as mentioned before, you've got to be aware of how your opponent can potentially punish them. Shen's in kind of a weird place at the moment, especially in duos. Not so relevant here, but with a lot of people playing Bearvalanche, Shen really has a bad time. If you don't know, if you slow Shen, he'll permanently just stun. He won't ever do any damage because his attack's not quick enough after he's slowed to hit the still stunned attacker. So that can be a bad time for Shen. But it's not affecting him at the moment. Right, 105 XP. Silco just getting to 100 himself, so it's very close. It's like the closest game we've had so far today. Silco dropping down to 15, just under 1500 HP. Shen gets stunned. Okay, Taunt Trap though, trying to keep that Shen alive. Doing a great job, but the stint was out of the range of the Taunt and was able to just finish the Shen off. Right, perk 3 for Set. This is a sizable melee push at the bottom. We got the Defenso Chopper and the Zealots in there. Also the support. Okay, he wants his poison. You've got to be very careful. That Chisma can really put out a lot of value. Chisma, again, one of those cards that can be really mishandled by players. He can get a lot more value than you'd expect. He's put the trap down to try to kill the Chisma, but it wasn't quite in the right place. That's a little bit of a misplay from Set, but he is ahead on XP. He's got a good push coming out here. Defenso doesn't quite stop all of the face damage. And the Chisma still lives at the top. That's one of those mistakes where a card can survive and then you can get a lot of value after that, but the punishment of the poison just too much. Right, we've got a heal buff at the bottom. Silco needs that HP at the moment. But his biggest concern is XP at the moment. 163 versus 140, so Set getting a decent lead right now. Okay. So Set closing in on Mana Frenzy. Looks like he's going to be able to just control this. But this is a decent looking push at the moment from Silco. It's going to take a little while for Set to deal with. Silco's going to catch back up on XP, but it looks like he's too far behind. But this is a decent push. Another Shen coming in, getting some face damage out on Set. Set having to really defend right now. Crawling towards Mana Frenzy. Looks like Silco's on the timer, but he's getting a lot of damage out on Set. Set's down to 320 HP, 275, 245. This is super close. Okay, 25 HP. Oh, Set has been bested in this. It's one game all. Silco looked like, for all intents and purposes, that he was really struggling in that game, taking a lot of face damage, not able to get really into the XP race. Set was closing in on his Mana Frenzy, but suddenly Silco just did so much damage and just closed the game out. That's one game all. We've got a game on here. We've had some close, some non-close games so far today with some really quick games, some real shreddings, but that one was quite the game. Game on. One game all. And it looked like Set was in control, but just wasn't able to close that last push. And whilst he was trying to get to his Mana Frenzy, doesn't matter if you're dead before you get there. Right. One game all. So this is a deck we've seen Set play over and over again at all stages of events. And he's been able to really just dominate with it. But has Silco figured out how to deal with it? Is that going to force Set to play something else? Is that going to change up everything? Let's find out. Right. Okay. Be interesting to see. Does Set switch to something else? What's he going to switch to? Or is he just going to say, well, you know, maybe I should have won that. Maybe I didn't play quite so well. We saw a mistake with a crossbow trap not killing the Chisma, but didn't really do anything. The Chisma just got poisoned a little later. Didn't really get any value out. So interesting to see. Right, one game all. What is going to happen next? So we are still in the Swiss format of the event, so the outcome of this game is not necessarily going to decide anything, but it can have an impact. It'll have an impact on the matches in the remaining rounds, and it'll also have an impact on whether they get to the top 8 or not. These players, I would expect both of them to get to the top 8, but of course, your position within the top 8 is important as well, because, or the top 4, sorry, we're on top 4 today. Your position within the top 4 is important as well. Do we expect both of these players to get into the top 4, not the top 8? I would expect them to be there or thereabouts, for sure. Right, so Set's in the menu, Silco's in the menu. The players are ready. Right. Yes, that was very well played by Silco. Looked like he was struggling for the whole game, but he just needed that one good push and was just able to do that. I think I'm sure he was aware that his opponent was well ahead on XP, so you've got to sometimes just throw caution to the wind at that point. You've got that window before Mana Frenzy that you can potentially close the game out. You know, if it gets to Mana Frenzy, especially if you're a decent amount behind, then you're really, really going to struggle. So sometimes you just need to take that window and just say, look, I've just got to go for it now. It's now or never. And he did so. And he did well. Xiang says the mistiming of the traps, not able to save the 2 Shens. Is yes, the traps are really important, but of course if you misplay them, If you don't get the value out of them, then that can really hurt you. Yeah, newer players might get shredded in the tournament, but, you know, there's nobody's going to make fun of you. You know, this is an event that's open for everyone. Sorry, just reacting to the chat as it's coming in. It's a great way to learn. And, of course, the more people get in these events, the more events we can have, and the longer they will continue for. But here we go. We're into the third game in this best of three. It's one game all. Who knows where this is going to go? Let's have a look. We've got Wrecked. And we've got... So, what we've seen from Set a lot is he plays a deck like this deck, and he'll just switch Masters as and when he feels like it, or as and when the bans require it. And that looks like what he's doing here. He didn't have to change from Diona, but he's decided to. Switching to Valoriance, Silco on Wrecked. So it looks like we've got some Empyrean tech. Very strong DPS comes out there from High Inquisitor Ardera. The shield on the walk-in blind date is interesting to say the least. Nice bridge grab at the top there. Just got a little foot on. Big changes in the next patch potentially for the way the bridge grabbing works in this game, but we won't talk about that now. Right, this is going to be some decent DPS coming out. Shen's going to shut this down, but of course, Shen doesn't shut things down particularly quickly. He has to attack, has to stun, has to attack, has to stun. So this is some decent face damage coming out already. The Wreck clone's supporting nicely as well. Right, Set drops nearly 1200 HP at that point. So he needs to be careful because those heavy melee units can really be a problem to deal with. And Shen just can't shut them down quickly enough. Against one big unit, Shen can be great. Against multiple units, Shen's going to struggle. Right, so a slight XP lead for Silco at the moment. Both players really like to use the Zealots. The Avalanche again there. You can see how powerful that slow is. And of course, once the spell's over, the units still retain the slow. It's not quite such a powerful slow, but it's still there, and it's still annoying. Okay, so Wrecked, just chipping away at the bottom there, doing a good job. Impetus Blast doesn't quite work out for Silco there. City Watch gives you 3 crossbow dudes now, plus the Legionnaires that it does spit out. Okay, Silco fawned to spawn a little bit sooner than he'd want to. Wanted to keep that in the pocket if possible. Also would have liked to have got the blind date onto the bridge, I guess, there, but didn't quite. The walk-in blind date. Ardera does put out good DPS, and she will, of course, buff everything around her when she dies. So that's going to be Divine Shield there, and the Rage. So that shield helping out with a hit on the Defensor. Defensor's going to go down, and this heavy melee is difficult for Set to deal with. The support comes in from the Bevalanche. And this is going to be a huge amount of face damage. This could be too much for Set to deal with. Is Silco going to beat Set here? Let's find out. Huge one-punch blast to face. He's got to perk through without us even knowing. 65, 55. He's almost dead. Set just holding on. Right. Can he hold on? Can Silco finish this? What face damage spells does he have? Nothing that does decent face damage, but he doesn't really need decent face damage. Set's at 55 HP. Oh, he uses the Impetus Blast to push the defense away. That's really smart play. Silco takes this by 2-1. The reigning champion Set is beaten here in the 3rd round. He's not out, but he has really been put to something. He's really been shown that he is not going to have this all his own way. Wow. Okay. So Silco's beaten Set, the reigning champion. Silco finished third in the last event, so no slouch. And there we see Set, as I've mentioned before, that's a deck that Set's played over and over again, just changing the master where necessary. But it was only going to be a matter of time until someone figured out how to deal with that. So the question now is, on my mind anyway, is Set going to continue playing this kind of strat, or does he have a plan B? Has he been playing this deck until someone figures it out and he says, haha, that's my trap card, that's my old deck, now I've got a new one? Who knows? But we'll find out. And let's have a look what's going on elsewhere in this event. So remember, we're looking towards a top 4. So it's going to be important to see where the standings are. Previously, we've done a top 8, but I think with a top 4, it's going to be really punishing for each match you lose now. It's going to really affect whether you can get into that top 4 or not. So we'll see how the event's going to progress after this round. Right. Loading. What's loading? What's loading? I don't know. Right, so where are we? Set, beaten by Silco. We're waiting for that to be locked in. We've got Darkrow against Ficus. That's still outstanding. Nataraja beating Kyle. We've got Badjo beaten by Sentera. Brits beaten by HappyMeal. Manby getting a bye. And Kryptonius Rex beating CrazyJie. Right, so it looks like Darkrow and Ficus are in their final match. I think it's 1 game all. So Darkrow taking the first of that. Ficus fighting back. And then game number 3 is currently going. I don't really want to jump into that because it's going to be right at the end. And we'll just join and see a defeat screen or a victory screen. And it'll just be awkward. So if we have a look at the standings. Of course, the standings are not complete. They're only after almost 3 rounds. So let's see where we're at the moment. HappyMeal is in first place. So what we're looking at here is, so these are the wins and losses, basically the matches. He's won 2 matches, lost 1 match, and then we've got the games that they've won and lost, and then of course this also factors in the strength of their opponent as well. The set wins, that's not the player set, that's like the match set. So we've got HappyMeal, Nataraja, Sentera, Set, Darkrow, Ficus, Silco, all on 6 points. So they're all vying for this top 4. So this is where every single loss can be really punishing at this stage, with only a top 4 to fight for. So we'll wait for that to be updated when we get the last of this round matches in. There may be some change to that. Darkrow and Ficus should be the only players that will get adjusted on here, depending on their results. Okay, so it's updating now. All right, so we've got Silco at the moment leading the charge. Yeah, so this all changed after that last update. So Silco on 100% record so far. He's the player to beat at the moment, so he's definitely looking like he's getting into the top 4. But there's still a couple of games, a couple of rounds to go, so things can change. So we're just waiting from Darkrow and Ficus here. Once that match is updated, someone's going to jump up here. Up to someone's also got. Yeah, so these players are both unbeaten. So whoever wins this, they're going to go also up to the top. So someone's going to jump up there shortly. It's very, very close. And we may get to a position, it's fairly likely we get to a position where when we get to the 5th and final round, there's going to be matches where the winner's going to qualify and the loser will not. So all will be on the line at that point. So that's something to look forward to. But we're not quite there yet. But the players that are leading the charge are really giving themselves a great chance of getting through to the top 4, where we have our semi-finals and final. And we'll find out who's going to be our champion today. But it's interesting. We've seen Set, the reigning champion, be beaten by Silco. So we're going to see if that's going to change the way Set's playing. Does he have a plan B? Are they going to meet again in the later stages? Are things going to be adjusted? We don't know. There's a lot to go on. The gamer says, does the Swedish player that was winning all the tournaments still play? You're referring to Cat. And no, Cat hasn't played for a while, unfortunately. Do keep pestering him to try to get him involved. But he's got a lot going on in his life. Hasn't really had the time. We still see him playing on the ladder. He really does dominate sometimes on the ladder. We see him right up there. He may be under a secret different name. I'm not going to tell you what that may or may not be. But he's definitely still crushing when he does play. But hasn't really had the time to prepare appropriately or to be available for the tournaments. So, unfortunately not. But hopefully one day we'll get him back. Because he's always a great player to watch. Really, really skilled player. One of the best of all time, I would say. Right, so did we get this final match locked in? Okay, looks like we have. Okay, so just very quickly, just have a look at the final standings for the after 3 rounds. So, yep, Dark Crow's gone there to the top. So he's ahead of Silco. Just trust the process, right? So it's Dark Crow has won 6 games and lost 1. Silco, did Silco get a bye? Why is he only on 4 games? Let's have a look. Okay, so he got a bye in the first round, which can really count against you. Unfortunately, that's just the way the system works, as he doesn't have the game's wins. So he gets a win from the bye, but it does count against him in the overall strats, assuming he would have won that. Okay, so let's have a look where we're going to go into the next round of matches. So just to confirm the matches that we've got going on. So we've got Silco, Dark Crow. That's going to be a great one. HappyMeal, Nataraja, Sedum Ficus, Mambi and Sentera, Carl Bickford, Kryptonius Rex, Briz, Badjo, CrazyJie gets a bye. Oh, that was a nice little poem. Right, looks like we're going to see HappyMeal against Nataraja in the next match. Haven't seen either of these players today, so it'd be good to jump in and see them. Nataraja, previous tournament winner. HappyMeal's been doing great in the recent events as well. And if we have a look at the standings, just to see how this is going to affect the players overall, we've got HappyMeal in 4th place on 6 points. We've got Nataraja in 3rd place on 6 points. So these players are very, very closely matched. So these matches can be hugely impactful as who's going to just get into the top 4 and who is not. Right. Let's get set up for this. So HappyMeal against Nataraja. Let's just double check that we got these players ready to go. So HappyMeal and Nataraja. Right, so we've got HappyMeal here. Have Nataraja here. Right, so we'll wait for the players to give their bans. We had a few delays earlier on, unfortunately, just waiting for players to just get their asses in gear. But hopefully now we are starting to roll through this and everything is like a well-oiled machine. Let's update the score here. The brackets, of course, you can follow along from home. There's a giveaway as well. There should be a pinned command telling you what to do to get in that. We'll do that at the end of the stream. So we've got a bunch of stuff going on. But everything seems fine at the moment. Right, so let's update this score. Okay, so 0-0. And we're going to have versus HappyMeal. Write that down so we know exactly what's going on. So once we've got the bans, then we can go into the gameplay. Right, we've got the bans. Okay, Nataraja has banned Morelia. Battle Shihao and Defenso Chopper. And HappyMeal has banned City Watch, Ravager, and the Zealots. So we saw in the last game, both players, Silco and Set, playing the Zealots of the Burning Fist, getting huge value out of them. So those have been removed from the table, so to speak. Let's just Nataraja banning Morelia. So no Morelia for Happy. And no Ravager for Nataraja. Now, Nataraja, we've seen before, he has played a Ravager Zenshi aggro deck that's been very, very strong. And that's not going to be something we see. So if we think about what's been banned, so HappyMeal banning City Watch, Ravager, and Zealots. They're kind of meta cards, just strong. City Watch definitely is quite a strong meta card. Ravager, he doesn't want to deal with aggro. Zealots, strong melee. Morelia, the Battle Shihao. Nataraja is obviously scared of that. Why would he be scared of that? Maybe he's got some Horde in his deck. Defenso Chopper. Maybe he's got some... maybe he's going to go for a melee-based deck that the Defenso will shut down. JF, yeah, JF's definitely played in tournaments before. He is also from China, so the time zone can be difficult for him if he wanted to get involved. Whether he does, I don't know. Okay, so we're ready to go here. We're just waiting on the players. I've given my signal. We've got the bans. Nataraja against Happy. Both players doing well so far. So if we have a quick look, we've seen Nataraja beating Carl Bickford and CrazyJie, losing only to Darkcrow. And we have a look at Happy. Happy has beaten Briz, lost to Set, beat Kryptonius Rex. Right, here we go. Looks like we're loading in.
Masters, get dueling.
Here we go. Game number 1. This is still best of 3 at the moment. Well, we're in the 4th round. Let me just update that quickly. Right, so scores. Right, Ruby. First Ruby of the day. So we got Morelia against Stormbringer. Outlander deck. Ruby. Let's see how Ruby can perform. Seemed like there was an opportunity for a Plasma Blast, Plasma Cannon, Plasma Blast. I can't mouse over that because it's on a different screen. Okay, so Ruby's still very strong. Right, we see bats, bats, bats. That's an option. Right, so we see a lot of melee units, so that's why Nataraja has banned Defenso Chopper. We kind of called that a little bit. Bats as well. So Defenso is a great answer to the bats, but not available. So that's a really good use of his ban power. Right, no tech available for Happy, so those guys dying pretty quickly. But here we see the bats, the Bannerman. Didn't quite get as many bats as he wanted, but of course, as the game goes on, as the mana speeds up, as he's able to reduce the cost of the bats with his spellbook more, he can get more of them, and it kind of can snowball out of control a little bit. But that statue's getting to face almost full HP. Stormbringer's going to be terrible here at dealing with anything. Avalanche clears out the pocket. And this is difficult for HappyMeal to deal with. What does he have in his hand to deal with it? Defense, that's not really a great answer. The Scrat Tank is not going to kill anything quickly. The statue's still barely been touched. Stormbringer being next to useless at the moment. And we're going to see Nataraja saving up for his next round of bats. Oh, look at the power of Ardera just clearing that out. And that statue still has barely been touched. Here come the bats. This is too much for HappyMeal to deal with. That statue has been left alive far, far too long. But he didn't really have any way of dealing with it. Wow. that is all she wrote. So a really smart use of the ban power from Nataraja. He knew the Defenso would shut that strat down entirely, so he removed that from his opponent's options, and that's what we saw. So yeah, Ruby really going to struggle against air. That didn't really happen in that game. We saw the last stand absolutely shredding the Ruby. So so that was a good start from Nataraja. Nice ban power. Now, Happy needs to consider, what is he going to do? Does he think his opponent's going to play the same kind of strat? And if so, what is the way he's going to counter it? Are we going to see him slide in a Blastmancer, for example? But of course, the Blastmancer is one of those cards that will be incredible in that matchup. But also, if Nataraja switches to something else, then it could be a kind of a dead card. So these are the decisions that the players have to make. Maybe a Poison Strike, something like that could be more valuable in more of the matchups. But here we go. We're going into the second game. So we see Diona. Again, we see Diona in the Dynasty skin. Nataraja, I think Set and Nataraja are the only players that have that. We've got an Idol of Sacrifice Slither-based deck from Nataraja. So this is going to be a big push. How's HappyMeal going to be able to deal with it? We saw that in the previous game. That living statue he wasn't able to deal with at all. How's he going to deal this time with a living statue that's going to have rage on it? No haste anymore, of course. But let's see how this works out. We know this Idol strat is very, very strong. He has the Rabid Prowler in there. Also has the Herald Armoon. So some real difficult cards for Happy to deal with. Right, there's the Herald. Does he have a way of rezzing it? No. Okay, I don't think that worked out quite so well for Nataraja there. Didn't really want that Herald to die, especially without getting a res. So this is a good start, I would say, for Happy. But we've got the Rabid Prowler with the 2 Slither Bounds attached to it, so he can easily trigger that. So he may just be saving up or deciding against it. Okay. I think he may have felt that he was falling a little bit too far down on XP. Just grabs one bridge, but he's still a good amount of XP down. Right, here we see the Idol. The Idol has been sacrificed. Well, the sacrifice triggers the Idol. The trap doing a good job. He's got the heal on the Rabid Prowler as well. That Rabid Prowler, of course, has Berserker Rage, so will shred effectively everything. Statue's still going. Stormbringer, does the Stormbringer hit kill it, or is it going to get healed? Stormbringer doesn't kill it. The healer comes in. That could be dreadful. Okay, got an extra hit off. But look at the heal. Look at the DPS of that Rabid Prowler. It's just not dying. That's massive damage. 150 HP. Healer comes in, DPS in face. Oh, we nearly saw a healer close the game out there. Priestess, of course, will DPS if there's nothing for her to heal. Trap on face. And, well, Nataraja really just bided his time, didn't rush. He knew what he wanted to do, and he just set up the push that he wanted. And then that was it. And that's the power of those kind of decks. They're really difficult to deal with. That Rabid Prowler is a monster. The Priestess keeping it alive, absolutely disgusting. Goodness me. Okay, so Nataraja takes that by 2-0. So he is really in a strong position to get to the top 4. Wow. Hey, Private Ryan, good to see you. Been a good minute. Right, looks like we may be able to switch into a different match because that one was so quick. Let's have a look. Going to try and set this up for you. It might be a little bit flaky as we try to do it, but let's see how we can do. This looks like they may be... Okay, Carl's got 20 HP left. Not sure how that's going to work out. I think this game... We'll double check, but I think this may be the first game in the series. Right, does he have any way of shutting this down? Or are we going to see Kyle win with a slither of HP? Kryptonius Rex is decently ahead on XP as well, so it looks like there's not going to be too much that Kyle can do, but it's not over until it's over. I don't have the other player spectating at the moment. Wait! I tabbed out to check something, but Kryptonius Rex is taking massive HP. Thelic has taken the victory. Kyle with 20 HP. Wow! And it looked like Kyle, for all intents and purposes, was out of it, but goodness me, never surrender. And of course, if your opponent doesn't have those direct damage spells available, or isn't able to cycle to them quickly enough, you can get Thelic on face, and Thelic will shred. Okay, we're going to try and watch the rest of this. I'm going to see if I've got Kryptonius Rex available to spectate. So this is extra gameplay. I told you we'd have some extra gameplay. Let's see. We can watch it. We just may not have the second player's hand available, but we'll see if we can get that up. Right. Watch this space. Hey, friends. Okay, let's see if we can find them. Okay, looks like they're not waiting. It's okay, we can make it work.
Duel.
Okay, so it looks like we're going into the second game. Unfortunately, I don't have the other player friended yet, so we can't see the second hand. Players are asked to send me friend requests, but of course they don't. Not all of them. Imagine following the rules. Right, so we got Mordor against Volko. Volko we saw in the early game. So just to confirm, I think it's 1-0 to Kyle. Mordor doing a good job. Okay. So we're seeing a lot of frost coming out from Kyle. Both players doing some reasonable early damage. How's he going to deal with his cleaver? Unsure. Or that boomer, as the reboomer. Okay, boomer gets shut down. Reboomer. Oh, the rammer though. The rammer into the tombstone is really frustrating, but it's going to save him some face damage for a little bit. He's really having to defend. These aggro decks can be difficult for Mordor to deal with. Looks like the rammer's going to come out of the freeze and get a hit in. The longer the game goes on, the better it should get for Mordor. But let's see how it works out. Stixie's going to just shred these bats. Okay, so we got a Demon Warrior deck from Rex. We know that's going to be strong. So it's kind of interesting here. He has a deck that feels kind of aggro, but then a Demon Warrior is not part of that strat. So definitely an interesting setup. God, that Reboomer though. Oh no, that Reboomer keeps getting knocked away from the Stixie. The Stixie can't get the hit off. That Reboomer needs to be dealt with. He's got nothing on it. Stixie can't attack quickly enough. The Reboomer's on face now. Mordor's going to kill it eventually. There it goes. Okay. Whew. But here comes the counter push. Massive XP lead for Kryptonius Rex. Oh, Stixie saves the Harbinger. How does he have... Does he have anything to do with his Harbinger? The freeze there on the Stixie. Stixie's... Oh no, the Assassin goes invisible. But this is going to be too much damage. Cole Bigford's going to take this. Rimagal is on face. Wow. The last game that we caught the end of, very, very close. Looks like that one was not quite so close. Carl winning the first game with 20 HP. Had some really awkward moments with that reboomer, but sometimes you just have to let that play out. We've seen in the past that people really commit to trying to kill the reboomer, and if you just get your timing a little bit wrong, you can make a mistake and something dies, and then you follow it up with something else, and like your ghost turret dies, and then your cannon roller dies, and it can really spiral. So sometimes you just have to say, right, we're going to kill that eventually. I can't commit anything to it. He didn't really have anything in his hand to deal with it anyway. Sometimes just have to just let that happen. Okay, so it looks like Carl's taken that by 2 games to 0. Sorry that we didn't get a longer third game, but, you know, sometimes these happen. The Demon Warrior, it was an interesting strat, but it didn't feel like a regular Demon Warrior deck. And, of course, Demon Warrior, very strong when you get there. But don't get there, it's kind of irrelevant. Okay, the player names are wrong on the screen. Don't worry about that. We're just flicking between matches, trying to get as much gameplay as possible for you. So this is the 4th of 5 rounds. And then we'll have our top 4 for today. So Silco against Dark Crow looks like it's still going. Set against Ficus looks like it's still going. No scores reported for Silco against Dark Crow, so no idea what's going on there. Set and Ficus is 1 game all. We're trying to find the status of those games to see if it's worth checking what's going on. We don't really want to jump in and see the last 5 seconds. Nothing reported yet. This is where it's frustrating when the players don't report what's going on, so we have no idea. Okay, let's set that score up. Okay, so it looks like Set's match is over. Silco against Dark Crow, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Let me just bring up the game, see where it is. Okay, Silco against Dark Crow, they're in deck building at the moment, so... who knows? Yeah, the Harbinger really was a problem for him. He tried to deal with it, wasn't able to. I think the Stixie saved it, and then that was all she wrote. Yeah, that reboomer was fairly terrifying over and over again. Didn't really pop on face too many times. Mordar ramping up, helping to clear it, but it was kind of really frustrating. Not exactly sure what was happening, but you had the Harbinger and the Stixie both trying to attack it. But they weren't both able to both hit it. It looked like the Harbinger would hit it, and then the Stixie would restart his attack or something. Right, so it looks like Silco is 1 game to 0 up in this match against Dark Crow. So hopefully we can jump in and see that, because this should be a good one. Right. Reminder, Silco did beat the reigning champion Set earlier in the day. And he is a game up against Dark Crow at the moment. He's having a great day. Could be the player to beat. I think Dark Crow and Silco both had unbeaten records going into this round. So that's not going to continue for one of them. Right. So hopefully we can join that. Should be a lot of action left in this. Right, Silco against Darkrow. Yeah. So if my information is correct, Silco is 1-0 up. Remember, you can follow along with the brackets on the website. ! brackets if you want to find out about that. Right, so Silco winning the first game. We don't know what happened in the first game. We don't know what was played. We'll try and get the ban information as well. So this should be a good one. And if we have a look at the standings, just to remind ourselves where these players are, they are both right at the top of the standings. It's a bit skewed at the moment because some players have finished their 4th round, whereas some haven't. But Darkrow and Silco both unbeaten at the moment. Silco struggling a little bit because of the DQ win he got in the first round, which kind of counts against him statistically a little bit. But, you know, this is just what happens. You have to deal with that. Right, here we go. This should be game number 2. So we got Silco and Darkrow. We've got Mordor. I'll try to get the bans when I can. Right, he's going to be pushing on this Cage Prowler. Can he deal with it? Oh, that's... Monkey diving away is not ideal. Would have been nice had it jumped on the bridge. Didn't. But the Prowler does spawn. Cage Prowler going to start shredding. Mordor is going to be DPSing the Scrats down. Okay, just killing those prop Scrats before they got out of range was actually quite important. So let's make sure our notes are up to date here. So Silco and Darkrow. We don't know what happened in the first game, apart from the fact that Silco did take the victory. Right, Tombstone up. Is he able to put pressure on the Cage Prowler? Is he just going to allow it to happen and deal with it? Let's find out. Tombstone's charging. Big changes for Mordor in the next patch, but not here. Right, the Rock Rivals gives the statue every time now. This is going to be kind of a scary push. That wall's going to do a good job, though. Plus the Mordor DPS, plus... Okay, wow, the Harbinger's unscathed. That's kind of important. Next Rock Rivals is out. Again, there we see the statue every time. DPS being put on the statue, on the Tombstone, though, trying to save it. Okay. Prowler spawns as well. So we've got Darkrow with a big XP lead, but a very scary push coming here from Silco. How does Darkrow deal with this? Can he deal with this? Right, the power of the prop Scrats there are going to look like they're going to clear everything up. Ruffles grabs a heal in there. Jade Flinger's not able to do enough. Silco catching up on XP. So I was trying to figure out what happened at the bottom there, but I think what happened, because there was like 2 Rock Rivals that happened almost immediately, I think he must have got one of them out of the walk-in blind date. Right, again the pressure on the Prowler. Can he shut it down? Is it enough? Interesting chain lightning there. Prowler does go down. Tombstone is active. Frostbearer does freeze that statue at the bottom. It's going to start getting destroyed by that Golem. The prop Scrats are really, really good for Darkrow, but of course, as soon as they get within Mordor's range, they're going to die in a couple of stomps. Perk 3 for Darkrow now, so he's going to have extra traps to try to deal with the situation. But we know late game Mordor can be disgusting, especially with these big valuable reses. Okay, looks like that Prowler's going to get defended up there. This feels like the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for Silco. We know Mordar's going to be disgusting in late game. He gets a res of the Walking Blind Date there. The Walking Blind Date's useful because you can kind of, if you need, if a Tombstone's about to die, you can just throw it in there, get the Walking Blind Date res and get the value out of it. Right, statues coming thick and fast at the moment, but that Harbinger's been alive for a long time, getting some great value. Tombstone up, doesn't want to lose it, doesn't. Silco having to defend deeply this whole time though, which is really putting Dark Crow in a decent XP position. All that Tombstone's getting DPS down though. The reses are really important at this stage. There we see the power of the prop scrats. Can they get through to the Harbingers? No. They get shut down by the wall. They did have a shield, but Mordar strips that off, of course. 173 XP against 133. That's a massive XP deficit. We know that XP isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all. We've seen some games earlier today. But let's see how this plays out. Right, the traps. Oh, there we see. Oh, okay. Silco goes to try to save the Harbingers with the Chain Lightning. Didn't need to in the end. A little bit of a misplay. The Harbingers saved themselves. But here we see Dark Crow getting so close to Mana Frenzy. 3 Harbingers up. If he can get these Harbingers up, if they're uncontested, that can be a problem. Is this his win condition? Mana Frenzy for Dark Crow. Needs these Harbingers. Oh, there's a Ghost in there. Probably not going to get anything valuable. Oh, there's the Chain Lightning, but the shield. If he loses this army of Harbingers, it's going to be over. And it probably is now. 2 of them go down, 1 alive. Harbingers are great against big, heavy targets, not against lots of little horde. And again, there's the trap all over that Harbinger. Dark Crow looking to bring this back. He's had Mana Frenzy for a long time. Hasn't closed the game out yet. But nothing on the field really for Silco. Tombstone charging, but no real valuable reses. Might even get a bad res. Okay, and again, he's having to play deep. Silco got no way of putting any sort of pressure on the bridges. Gets a good res, but it's really irrelevant at this stage, I think. The Harbingers can be uncontested, but they're just not going to kill things quickly enough. There's too many things that it's going to take hits from. Tombstone charging. Face damage coming out from the statue. The shield's not really helping too much since Mordar's stripping them off. Somehow he gets a res from that. That could be huge. That blue golem's had 1 HP for about 5 minutes. Oh, he doesn't get the res. The Tombstone goes down. That could be all she wrote. That Tombstone at the bottom's going to get DPS down. This is just Squire Puff heaven. Silco holding on. Mordar doing a great job. DPS and everything. He's fully ramped up, but it's just the beginning of the end, surely. He's unable to put any pressure on the bridges, really. Look, we've got 4 Squire Puffs on that top bridge. Dark Crow looking to bring this game back to 1 game all. There we go. We saw he wasn't... I don't know. Maybe that deck's like trying to get to a critical mass of Harbingers, but if you've got a lot of little units to soak those Harbinger hits, if you've got shields to soak those Harbinger hits, you really cannot get too much value out of them. But Mordar was doing a great job. The wall, of course, dealing with the prop scrats. Right, that's 1 game all. Silco took the first game. We weren't sure exactly what happened in that game, but we know what happened in that second game. So, Mordar showing how good it is in a position where he can hold on, but not really the sort of deck where he was able to hold on and then come back. No bounty snipers to keep him in the XP race. He was a long way down on XP. It did take a long time for Dark Crow to kill him, but you know, that's just the way it is. Pushing into Mordar is a slow process. But he was able just to close the game out. And there we go. We go into a final decider here. Yeah, too much value from Mana Frenzy. Silco just too far behind at that point. Wasn't able to soak the damage for long enough. Also wasn't able to get any pressure on the bridges himself at all. So he was really just a dead man walking at that point. Did a great job hanging on. Just missed a couple of reses, but again, I don't think it really mattered too much. There was just more and more pushing forward. The shields, not great against Mordor, but they just allow things to just last a little bit longer against Mordor. So still getting value, and especially when he's got 18 of those Squire Puffs, they can really pop out those shields over and over again. Yep, those 3 Harbingers looked scary, but he wasn't able to keep them alive. And they were his win condition, really. The problem with the Harbingers is they can be really powerful when they're defensively placed. But whilst they're racking up all that value, your opponent's racking up all that XP. And unfortunately, wasn't able to keep the game close enough so he could get his own Mana Frenzy. Yep, and of course, with the Rock Rivals now, it's only 4 mana, but every time you use it, your opponent gets a statue. So he's just feeding value after value, especially he's giving his opponent statues, and his Rock Rival, his Golem is getting absolutely shredded. So an interesting setup there, but ultimately, Mordor not quite able to come through. Silco not quite able to come through, but it's 1 game all. This is the 4th round. We've had some close matches today. We've had some not close matches, but we're in the middle of a great one right now. Dark Crow, perennial runner-up. Can he do one better this time? Silco, joint 3rd place last time. So these players both vying for a position in the final 4. Very, very close game. Let's see what happens. We do have the bans, by the way. Dark Crow banned Wreck, Blood Imps, and Zealots. Silco banned Mordor, Avea, and Bearvalanche. So fairly standard, I would say, bans there. Mordor, maybe not so much. But maybe he knows these players probably play against each other quite a lot on ladder, so they get a good idea of the sort of stuff people are playing and what they may struggle with, again, with that particular player. So Dark Crow banning Rex. So we've seen, I think, Silco play Rex before. So no Rex for Silco and no Mordor for Dark Crow. So we'll see what they bring out in this final game. Both of these players, interesting deck builders. So they do definitely come up with lots of different things. So Rex, Blood Imps, and Zealots banned by Dark Crow, Mordor, Avea, and Bearvalanche by Silco. All strong bans. See, as we talk about the bans, it's important to use them on something that's not easily replaced. You want a ban that really does shred an entire strat, forces your opponent to build something else around it. Right, here we go. We're going into the final game of this best of 3.
When the battlefield
So we got Valorian for Silco. We've got Dark Crow playing King Puff. So it looks like we may have some Outlander King Puff business from Dark Crow. Silco playing a similar deck, maybe the same deck that he had some good value against Set with. Silco burning some mana here. Not sure what's going on. Silco, hello? This is not... Silco's left. Okay, this is a problem. AFK bot time. Right. Not sure what's going on, but Dark Crow really just has to play this out, and we'll get to the bottom of it. It'd be a shame if this is just the way that this close match ends, with someone disconnecting or crashing, or we'll get to the bottom of it. This is not a good start. We'll see if he comes back. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll see what happens. Maybe his game crashed. Maybe his internet dropped out. Maybe he left because he played something that he shouldn't have. Let's have a look. Dark Crow banning Wrecked, Blood Imps, and Zealots. Did he play Zealots? definitely been playing Zealots today. Not sure if he had them in this deck. Pretty sure this is the AFK bot playing. They tend to just hold mana like this. Okay, so that's the end of that game. We'll try to find out what happened. Yes, you get to ban one Master. Master, not Hero. This is Minion Masters, not Minion Heroes. One Master and 2 cards, yes, for each game, and that's a ban for your opponent, and your opponent can then ban back against you. Right, we're trying to find out what happened. I'm going to update the score just to show what happened, but we don't know why it happened, and if there's going to be a replay, we'll find out. Silco left the game, we don't know why. Internet down, who knows? Game crash, don't know. But we'll try to find out as quickly as possible for you. Be a shame if that's how it ends, but we'll see. Remember, the game does have an AFK bot now, so if you do burn a certain amount of mana, the AFK bot will start playing for you. And of course, there's a disconnect bot as well, so if you disconnect, the bot will start playing immediately. If you don't like the idea of that, you can turn it off in the settings, but if you're burning enough mana to trigger the bot, you're generally not playing optimally. I think at the start of the game, you have to burn 4 mana to trigger it. I think it's 4 mana plus 1 for each perk. Something like that. So there's quite a lot of mana you have to burn to trigger it, and that's generally not what you want to be doing. Right, we're trying to get a reply. Try to get to the bottom of this. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. A Sinobii is Silco? Why do people change their name? Okay, so it looks like there was Blood Imps played. Cowardly Imps, maybe? I thought they meant Cowardly Imps. That sounds like bollocks. Who would ban Cowardly Imps? Right, so it looks like we're doing a redo, but we're going to find out. Yes, okay. So I think in this situation, it's up to the other player whether they deem they want to do a replay or not. So it's down to Dark Crow. We can check the rules, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. It's not Minion Heroes. It's Minion Masters. We'll just get the official ruling. So, sorry for that, but we'll get to the bottom of it, and then hopefully we'll get the replay. Okay, looks like we're going into a game here. So I assume it's all been sorted out. I don't see the admin chat that they're having, so... Okay, they're replaying. Here we go. Right. Scrub what happened from your memory. Let's start again. Right, so... He switched deck. Is that allowed? Okay, well, I'll leave that up to the admin team. Right, so KP. Oh, they both changed. KP and Millowy. Maybe they agreed. Right, Rock Rivals with the Nats. Is it going to survive? Just. Okay. So the problem with Nats, of course, is they die when their host dies. They're kind of a parasite. No, I don't think there's anything that tells you that a bot has been activated. It's kind of frustrating he lost the shield there. Right, big XP to start with the Dark Crow. That's stun. And of course the marked units getting absolutely shredded by the aimbot and the Nats. Oh, this is a big push. Right, Prowler up there doing work as well. Well, they both had banned cards, apparently. Okay. Who broke the rules? Yes. Right, that Prowler's still going. Next one's up. This is very difficult for Dark Crow to deal with. Doesn't want to take too many hits from this Golem. That hits like a truck. Those 2 hits from that Golem may have put this game out of reach already. Dark Crow, 72 HP. Do we have face damage from Silco? Can't imagine how he's going to deal with this. He's going to try. But the statue's going to melt pretty quickly. 72 HP and a Dream. He does have Impetus Blast, which does a little bit of face damage, I think. Oh no, that Jade Flinger coming in at the top there. Gets a few hits off. That's kind of sad time. There we go, the Impetus Blast on face. 17 HP. I think Impetus Blast does 25 damage to face. So he's going to die to the next one from the looks of it. That was a huge push. Those 2 hits from the Growth Burst Shroom buffed Golem looks like it's going to be just too much. (17 HP). I think Dark Crow played the Rocket Scrat in the last game, so they both decided to change deck because they kind of both made the mistake. And there we see Impetus Blast. And that's not the way you want to die, but you've got to take these opportunities. You've got to be aware of what face damage you have in your arsenal. And even though it only did a tiny little bit of face damage, it was enough. 2 of those. And that is Silco. Silco has beaten Dark Crow. Silco. Dark Crow. Silco has beaten Dark Crow and Set today. So he's having a great day. He's beaten both of the finalists from the last event. Right, so we had a bit of drama there with the banned cards, but they reset, they went again. So, right, 2-1 to Silco. Right. No, there is no indication that your opponent is being played by a bot. You can tell they left, but you can't tell if the AFK bot's turned in. Right, so we're still in the 4th round, I think. Let's remind ourselves where we are. Right, so let's have a look at the overview here. Right, so let's bring this up so you can see it. Brackets, of course, you can check this at home. Right, so we're into the 5th and final round of the Swiss event. And then we'll have our top 4 decided. So we're going to have Dark Crow against Set, Silco against Nataraja, HappyMeal against Kyle, Ficus against Sentera, Mambi against Badjo, CrazyJie against Briz, and Kryptonius Rex has a victory in the form of a bye. But of course, the most important thing is to look at the standings to see what's going on. So we've got Silco, 100% win record. We've got Dark Crow, Set, Nataraja, Sentera, all on 9 points. So these guys, of course, we're looking at the top 4 to go through to the next elimination part of the event. So if we have a look at the matches that are happening, and of course the way that the Swiss event works is these top players will end up facing each other. So just switch this quickly. So we got Dark Crow facing Set. So the winner of that's going to end on 12 points. They're going to be into the final. And the loser's going to be on 9 points, which may or may not be enough to get them there. So all to play for in that one. We've got Silco against Nataraja. Silco's pretty much in the final. Nataraja on the cusp. So really needs to win that if possible. We got Ficus against Sentera. Sentera's in 5th at the moment. And Ficus is in 7th. So Ficus, if he wins, is on 9 points, which is probably not going to be enough. But Sentera could be. So what we're going to do is, we've seen a lot of the top players as set up here today already. So we're going to check on Sentera against Ficus. So Sentera is, as mentioned, on 9 points. A win will see him pretty much into the final 4. Ficus, if Ficus wins, they're both going to end up on 9 points, but probably not be higher placed enough. Right, so let's get that set up. We'll get the bands and then we can jump into the game. So once this round of events matches are over, then we'll move into the elimination stage, where it becomes best of 5. There's conquest rules where people can no longer play a master once they've won with it. So that's when it gets super serious. But we've had some really good games. Silco, standout player of the day so far. Let's see what this final round brings us. Okay, so let's get this set up here. Let's see if we've got these players available to be watched. So we're going to have Sentera against Ficus. Sentera is here. And do we have Ficus? I feel like Ficus is only on one of them. Okay, here we go. Ficus is here. Right, good. That's one thing done. So we'll get the bands in. And then we can move on. We're still best of 3. Yep, we did see Monopuff Madness get banned. We've definitely seen it been played by a Spenno Boy stroke Silco. I do love it when people change their blooming names. No idea who they were. Right. Okay, so let's update the score on the screen so we're ready to go. Zero, 0. Round 5, best of 3, as mentioned, last best of 3 round. Right, how is Ficus spelling his name? This one. Let's do it like this. Is it a K? Is it a C? Is it a U? Is it a Y? Different each time. Right, so we're just waiting on the bands, and then we can move forward with this round. Okay, so that's set up to spectate Ficus and Sentera. Okay, so just waiting on the bans. Let's have a look. Right, appreciate you guys joining the tournament today. Whether you're competing, watching, either or, it's great to have you here. Thanks to Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf for putting on and supporting the event, prize pool and all that good stuff. $400 on the line today as a total prize pool. $200 will go to the winner. Right, do we have the bans? But definitely some players that have got a 100% record. Silco with the 100% record so far can kind of relax a little bit going into this. Struggle to see how he will not get through. But who knows? Everything could change. I want to figure out all the different connotations, but there's definitely a chance here for Sentera to get into the top 4. Right, here we go. We got some bans. Sentera has banned Wrecked, City Watch, and Wheel of Doom. Okay. And Ficus has banned Wrecked, City Watch, and Void Altar. Okay, so both players banning Wrecked. So no Wrecked. Put that down here so we can hopefully notice if anyone makes that mistake. Both players not liking the idea of having to face City Watch with the constant swarm. Well, swarm is a bit of a strong word, but conga line of legionnaires pouring out. So if Sentera has banned the Wheel of Doom, you feel like he's going to play a deck that's really susceptible to the Wheel of Doom. So not having things in there to block it. We'll see if that happens. And Void Altar, that's a really specific ban of a card that we haven't really seen much. Does that mean Ficus knows that Sentera's been playing Void Altar? Has he run into him on the ladder? Has he seen some other gameplay of his today? Not sure where that ban comes from. So we get to see the bans, but we don't necessarily get the thought process behind the bans. So it's interesting to think about why they may have done so, but we may never know. Okay, so we got the bans, we got the players. I'm ready. I think you guys are ready. This is going to be the final match in the Swiss event. This is the 5th round. Looks like Sentera can book his place in the top 4 with a victory. Ficus, even if he wins, is going to be hard push, but we'll see. May depend how other games go. Sentera can finish on 12 points with a victory here. Ficus can finish on 9. 9 is going to be a stretch for the top 4, depending on how the other stats line up. May squeak in, may squeak out. We'll find out for sure, though. The players should have been given the go-ahead. Ficus still in deck building. Sentera in the menu, ready to go, chomping at the bit. Sentera, an experienced player, having a good tournament so far today. Okay, I was just going to have a look at that, but that's not going to be the case. Right.
Give me those viewers, masters. Get dueling.
Okay, here we go. We're going into the first game. Let's get set up here with the dual deck. Boom. There it is. Okay, Sentera is playing Setsu. Haven't seen too much Setsu today. And we've got Morelia. Right. Setsu with the sacrifice on the boomer. Going to get a cleaver. But his opponent... Well, his opponent has a musketeer. But why is the musketeer down the bottom? Is that a misplay? Is that a try to play it in the pocket, but it popped onto the other side? Like, that seems very strange, because the Musketeer, of course, is a full counter to the Cleaver. But he took a hit on face. Trying to DPS down that whirly while he can. The Spirit drops on the Slitherbound at the top, which is a little bit frustrating. Okay, so he's got the statue. The problem is he wants the statue to be leading the charge, but that bat was slowing everything down a little bit. That Cleaver's... Oh, that Cleaver just spawns. Okay. Does he have a res? He's going to have a res here. This is going to be some good damage coming out. Boomer does some damage. Cleaver cleans up. Here come the Spirits. Both players putting on some pressure here. What is he going to do to deal with this? Right, the whole... So he was lucky there, really, that he was able to get the aggro onto the Herald and it wasn't on the statue. Had it not been, I think that may have been game over. The statue's still alive, still with the Spirits. Sentera under 800 HP at the moment. Ficus ahead on XP as well, so very strong position at the moment for Ficus. Huge first push. Can he deal with this statue? Prowler spawns. This statue gets 69 HP. That's going to be game number 1 to Ficus, and that was... just a huge slither push. Wasn't an idol of sacrifice, I don't think. Just a regular statue with support. It was kind of a little bit frustrating the way it was set up for Ficus, even though it worked out. But he wanted the statue to be leading the line, to taking the damage from Setsu and whatever else was there, keeping the Herald alive. It didn't quite work out that way, but it didn't really matter in the end. That statue, when it landed with the Spirit... that was just way too much. He just didn't have any damage, any DPS to shred through it quickly enough. And that's a quick first game for Ficus. Remember, Sentera looking to take his place in the final 4, if possible, with a victory here. But off to the worst start. Ficus taking it by 1-0 there. The power of Slither. Right, looks like we're going into game number 2 pretty quickly here.
Welcome back to another exciting
Update the score.
Minion Masters.
Okay, here we go.
Duel.
Game 2. No downtime here. The players chomping at the bit. Right, Setsu again. Someone pinged. I don't know what it was, where it was, who it was, but there was a ping. Right. Setsu against Morelia. Are we going to see the same again? Looks like it. The only question is it going to be the same outcome? So Sentera will have seen the slithers. He knows it's likely... Oh, that's a very strange snap freeze. That's... I mean, I feel like that's going to really bite him in the backside at some point. Killing the Marine. That looked like it was going to die to the Jolo anyway. It seemed like a very strange play. And of course, that means he's not going to have his snap freeze for a little bit. He does have a very cheap deck, though. Jing alive. But he should have a good idea of what his opponent's going to play. He's seeing a lot of the same cards, so he needs to be very careful about positioning, being ready to deal with it. There's the snap freeze again. Nothing at home to defend at the moment. Ficus can take advantage of that for a little bit. Right, here we go. This is the push. The Herald. He's going to want to get the statue up in front of it if he can. Chance here to deal with it, though. He's going to have... Oh, he's played that too late, has he? Yeah, it was too late. It kind of disappeared, but it came back dead, which is not ideal. Oh, okay. He gets the res. Where's the Spirit going? If it goes on the statue, it's a problem. There we go. It's on the statue. He's got to try and deal with the Armoon here. The Armoon, if he can clear the Armoon, then he can deal with everything else. Again, he's trying to... The one crossbow dude's on the Herald Armoon at the moment. This is so difficult for him to deal with. He's falling behind XP, HP. This is just really not working out. He's just not dealing with it. And that Herald Armoon that survived just was hugely important. And whilst he's trying to deal with this defense, he's going to be hemorrhaging XP, and Ficus is going to be ready to start the next push. So a very bad spot for Sentera at the moment, just not really handling that Herald Armoon. That's the key. Once the Herald Armoon is down, that push is far more dealable, defendable, defensible, killable. Okay, that's a good shock rock. Oh, he doesn't quite freeze it in time. The 370 HP. And we've got perk 3 coming for Ficus. He's going to spawn the dragon defensively, I should think. And then, there we go. He's going to build up a big push. Base damage coming out as well from the dragon. Puff's being sent into oblivion a little bit at the top. Well, the Puff survives, gets the bridge. That could be important. Doesn't have the stun from the Jing. Doesn't have any Zen Shi stuff to trigger it. Ooh, this is going to be Oh, the shock rock's missed as well. He uses the freeze, but the freeze won't affect the air units. Good DPS coming out onto the dragon. But he's so far behind. He doesn't have his perk 3, which he could really need to shut down this push. Setsu coming in again. Oh, Herald Armoon. Oh, the res is on it. That's going to be all she wrote, I should think. Herald Armoon is going to close this game out. Okay, no. He lives to fight another day. But of course, he's at 167 HP. And he's 60 XP behind. How does he deal with that? So I think we have Daggerfall for his opponent to do some face damage, but I don't think that's really what he needs to do. He just needs to play this game out. Setsu perk 3 could change things a little bit. But he's still not there. Right, there's the Herald Armoon. He's had just trouble with it for this whole game. He wants to try and trigger that res as quickly as possible. Right, perk 3 Setsu. Okay, he's going to have a... Oh, the Setsu into the stun lancers. No, not like this. Setsu goes down, 117 HP. Mana Frenzy for Ficus now. That is all she wrote. Ficus is taking this by 2-0. We're not sure if it's going to be enough for him to get into the grand final. He really scuppered Sentera's chances possibly there as well. We'll check the way that that affects the overall standings. But that's the power of Slither. We see that set up the statue, the Herald Armoon, so many times. And he just wasn't able to handle it. Didn't necessarily have the tools. Didn't use them quite in the correct way to shut that down. We saw one with the Herald Armoon almost dying. Didn't quite kill it. And that was just not enough. Right. 2-0 to Ficus. So we'll have a look at the standings. And we'll have a look at... what other matches are going on. But yeah, that setup is very difficult to deal with. Single mistake can just be hugely punishing. Right. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on in the other matches. That was a quick game, so we might see some other action, maybe, possibly. It looks like Silco and Nataraja are going into their next game. Might be able to dive into that. Looks like it's 1-0 to Silco, I think. Okay, let's see if we can get that for you. Hold on. Click, click, click. Right. So... Silco on 48 HP. So we've seen Nataraja. We spoke about it earlier when we saw some of the bans, how powerful this Ravager Zenshi combo can be. He's likely to have a spell. Oh, he's not going to even need it. Okay, Nataraja takes that. Looks like it's one game all. I think. Okay, so whilst we're just confirming that, just update the score. So I just double checking, but I think it's one game all. Yeah, discussion in the chat about Sentera using the Jing juggle, where you use his stun and then trigger it with a spell. That can be really powerful, especially if you've got lots of cheap spells. Of course, it was nerfed a little bit in the last patch, but the spells can help you deal with that. And I think you really need to just go all in on shutting that Herald down. Once that Herald's shut down, the Herald on Moon, then the rest of it's far more dealable. But yeah, it's really difficult, and it's any mistakes, any misplays are going to be heavily punished. Okay, so Silco. Oh, I want to say Silco. Nataraja. Right, so I'm trying to keep my finger on everything that's happening at the moment. So it looks like we've got 2 matches still outstanding. So Silco against Nataraja. It's one game all. Thanks for updating the site, guys. That really helps. And if we remind ourselves of the standings, Silco looks like he's going to go through. Looks like Ficus has pushed his way up the leaderboard with that victory over Sentera, but we do have, of course, some other matches to finish, which is going to change things. Nataraja is on 9 points, so if Nataraja wins this, he's likely to get through as well. So all to play for here for Nataraja. One game all. We've got Milo. And we've got Stormbringer. Brother Ween. Spawns them together. Hopes his opponent doesn't have a beam. Oh, it's frustrating. Now he wants to kill these quickly before their Shield of Light recharges, and then they'll just kill everything on the ground. And he do so, there it comes. Boom, everything there's dead. There's enough left to deal with it though. XP's level. So Nataraja gets an idea of what his opponent's about. So we've got Milloween with brothers and supporting spells. Remember the Golem, Arcane Golem is mythic now. So you can only have one of those out at a time. And Nataraja playing what could be useful. He's got a lot of ranged units. They could be really helpful for him. But he's putting the pressure on now is Silco, trying to shut down. And it looks like that these Dormant Defenders are not even going to awaken. They didn't die because they never lived. That's kind of frustrating. Remember, you've got to wait until you get Mana Surge at 6 mana before they awake. Then. Right, here come the brothers again. How can he deal with this? The AoE's really helping. Here comes the heal, though. Again, they want to kill it. Here comes the shield. Okay, so that's the power there of the Scrat tunnels, because the Scrats are not all coming out at once. So they don't all get murdered by that Shield of Light explosion. Right, slight XP for Silco. Slight XP lead for Silco, but of course, the extra range on most of Nataraja's units from perk 2 is going to start really helping. Right, this time he gets the Dormant Defenders awakened. They do have those arcane spheres with them now. Get a bit of extra value. Nice value there coming out from Lady and Frey. Can she get another one off? Doesn't really hit anything apart from one of them. Right, this is hard for him to deal with, but he's done a lot of face damage. Still got that arcane, that's the Dormant Defender on face. That's doing a lot of work. Here come the power of all these ranged units. Right, this is going to be a lot of face damage coming out. Those missiles, who knows where they went. He needs to kill this. He can't explode on those blood imps. Silco down to 840 HP himself, 740. Both players taking massive damage at both ends. The problem for Nataraja is we're likely to see spell damage availability from Silco that Nataraja may not have. But Stormbringer, there we go, gets a ping on face. Blood Imps get punished though. Decides not to go face with those missiles. Could that have been a mistake? Possibly, but let's find out. He's really struggling to deal with these Dormant Defenders that are staying alive for so long. Clear Skies clearing, healing everything. Blood Imps in place. Silco very low. Does Lady and Frey get a face hit there? Nataraja within. Oh, Lady and Frey hits face! Nataraja takes it by 2-1. Did Nataraja just book his place in the grand final? Or the top 4, sorry. I think Nataraja was pretty lucky with the matchup there. The brothers, of course, always going to be strong to the Horde if their shield's down. Always going to be, sorry, weak to the Horde, weak to the range. Wow. Okay, so it looks like Nataraja has taken that by 2-1. So that means he's victorious. So he's the first player, I think, to beat Silco today. So we are just going to make sure we've got all of those scores pushed into the system. And then we'll click the calculate button and we'll see our top 4. Looks like Dark Crow has beaten Set by 2-0. Dark Crow really struggled historically against Set, especially in grand finals, but this time getting the best of him there. We're just waiting for that to be locked in. Okay, so that should be all of those matches completed. Which means we can figure out our top 4. Based on the number of players today, we're going to go with the top 4. Right. So we have Dark Crow and Nataraja leaping ahead of Silco at the end there. And Ficus. Ficus managed to get in. We saw him beat Sentera. Deny Sentera his chance of getting into the top 4 and taking it for himself. So Dark Crow, Nataraja, Silco, all on 12 points with a 4-game win and 1-game loss record. And Ficus sneaking through there, 3 games won, 2 games lost. But overall having better statistics based on games won and lost and the relative strength of his opponent. So Ficus beating Sentera, who was doing really well, probably really helped him out statistically to get through into our top 4. Wow. Okay, so Silco has played lots of different kinds of decks, lots of interesting decks, lots of new kinds of decks, but then he went back to kind of an old classic at the end there, and it didn't quite work out. Still a strong setup, but of course, really came up against the ranged setup of Stormbringer Crystal, which is strong, and it was something that he was weak against. So that was kind of fairly frustrating for him. But both of those players get through into the top 4. Right. Yes, and as Sinobii says, Ficus has bubbled in, sneaks into 4th place even with 2 losses. And there we see. It's never over until it's over. So that's our top 4. Dark Crow, Nataraja, Silco, and Ficus. One of them's going to be the Grand Champion. We're going to have a brand new Grand Champion for this event compared to the previous one. Set finishing 5th. Not able to get through. Dark Crow getting some revenge. And again, as Sinobii says, looking at the stats, nobody went undefeated. It looked like we were going to have potentially Silco getting through there undefeated, but wasn't quite able to close it out. But of course, all that changes is the seeding. So we should see Dark Crow against Ficus and Nataraja against Silco. So that's going to be a rematch of the game we just saw. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and then when I get back, we're going to dive into the top 4. So what's going to happen when we get to top 4? It's going to be best of 5 now instead of best of 3, and what we call conquest rules, where when you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. So players are going to have to dig deeper to work around the bans, to work around winning with masters, and we'll see how they're able to do. Right, I'll be right back, and then we'll get involved in the top 4. Right. So if you just joined us, this is a tournament. This is a Minion Masters tournament. It is a Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf the developer tournament. It's available, or it was available for anyone to join. So if you're having a good time watching it and think you might be interested in trying it out for yourself, join the next one. Follow the news in-game on the Discord, wherever you follow the Minion Masters news on Steam, etc., etc. You'll find out when the next event is. It's free to enter. There's a $400 prize pool. There's guaranteed prizes for everyone. All participants get at least a dwarf pack. Some are upgraded to a big dwarf pack if you're lucky. Lots of stuff to play for. So, what's going to happen next? Oh yeah, and one other thing to mention. If you're new to this whole Minion Masters business, or you're not even part of it yet, check it out on Steam and Xbox. It is free. It's super free. It's super free to play friendly. It's really fun. It's super easy to get into, but it's tricky to master. You think maybe you could do a good job in these events? Get involved, start playing, see how you like it. Check it out. Kryptonius Rex, thanks for being part of it. In your first week of playing, that's so good to hear. Brand new player to the game, jumps into a tournament, and I'm sure, well, I hope that you had a good time for the sounds of it. Hopefully you learnt some stuff, and looks like you'll be able to do even better in the next one. So really appreciate you joining. James, that is not something that has been confirmed to exist. Yes, unfortunately, sometimes the events, the participant numbers are not as high as we want. So that's where you guys can help out. Everyone can get involved, help support the events by taking part, enjoying it, supporting the tournament scene for Minion Masters. Get your friends to play in the events, get your friends to play the game. It's a super fun game. Right, so we're just getting set up here. And then we should be good to go. So what we'll try to do is we'll watch both semi-finals if possible, and then we'll have our grand final. Yeah, we all wish more players play this game. There's a lot of people that kind of stumble upon this game. They're like, how did I not know about this? This is incredible. Get that word out there. Go tell your friends. Shout it from the rooftops. It's a really fun game. A lot of people try it. A lot of people love it. There's room for more. The more people that get involved, the more tournaments we can have, the more the game can grow. Everyone prospers. So it looks like we're going to go for Silco against Nataraja first. The first semi-final. And that's going to be a replay of the game we just saw, where Nataraja was able to beat Silco, the first player to beat him today. It'll be interesting to see what happens with regards to how the players adjust to what they played. Obviously, there's going to be another set of bans. There's going to be some additional restrictive rules with the Conquest rules. So we'll see if the players adapt to how that worked. What worked in that, what didn't. You know, sometimes you just have to say, like in that last game, you just have, for example, from Silco's point of view, you just have to say, look, I tried the Brotherween deck. It came up against kind of a counter deck with all of that range. You know, it happens. We've seen it before. We've seen it again. Sometimes you just get absolutely shredded in the deck building. And there's not much you can do about it. So, let's get our score and stuff set up here. We've got a giveaway running today. Make sure you get in it. We'll draw some winners at the end of the stream. Exclamation point Minion Masters with the emoji. The emoji is required. Right, let's put that semi-final one, best of 5. Silco against Nataraja. We don't have to change the names. Perfect. Good to hear it, Kryptonius Rex. Appreciate you playing the game and joining the event. Okay, so we got some bans coming in. Not sure what the bans were for the previous game. The previous... So Silco's banned Mordor. So no Mordor for Nataraja. Nataraja is banned Stormbringer. So no Stormbringer. Silco. So Silco banning Mordor, Dormant Defenders, and Bearvalanche. So that may be... The Dormant Defenders, of course, we saw that in the last game, how powerful they were, how difficult it was for him to deal with them. And... so that's going to either force Nataraja to not play that Stormbringer deck, or he's going to have to adjust it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And Nataraja's banned Rock Rivals, Defenso, and as we mentioned, Stormbringer. So I'm not sure how those change from the first one. Chat's talking about Minion Masters Remastered, which of course is currently on hold, but that was going to be the cross-platform, phone-based, PC-based, console-based, everything-based platform that was developed to a point, but it's been indefinitely on hold for a while. Some people like playing on phone. I enjoyed it. I thought it was really well implemented. Hopefully, at some point, that endeavor gets revisited, because I think that could really change things. You know, it's always going to be difficult if you've got PC players against phone players, but you know, if you if you watch some of these Fortnite players, the way they play on console, where you think they'd have no chance against PC players, console players can be incredible. And, you know, why can phone players not be? As long as, you know, the controls are implemented in such a way that you have the same sort of granular control as you do on PC, then, yeah. Honestly, it was fine, says Anna. Yeah, it wasn't a finished product, but I really enjoyed it, and hopefully they revisit it. Right. So previously, just looking at the previous bans, Silco banned Mordor, Bevalanche, and Avea. So he's changed his strats. Yeah, so both players have changed a lot. Their old bans were Mordor, Bevalanche, and Avea for Silco, Wrecked, Rock Rivals, and Beam for Nataraja. So they've changed, and now Silco banning Mordor, Dominant Defenders, and Bevalanche, and Nataraja banning Rock Rivals, Defenso, and Stormbringer. Right. So nice to see the players adapting on the fly based on what happened in the previous game. Oh, Anno Arinkes has said, if Minion Masters Remastered happened, he's going to return to Minions. We must make it happen now. The mighty Anno. The Slither Ravager player. Nice. Okay. So we're just waiting for the players to be fully ready. We've got their bans. I'm ready. They're almost ready. Silco in the menu. Got Nataraja in the menu, so there. I think we're all ready. Right, so if you just joined us, this is semi-final time. We're going into our first semi-final. This is a rematch of the previous game in the last round. It's Silco against Nataraja. They've adapted their bans. Let's see if they adapt their decks. Right, so we've got Valorian against Morelia. Someone pinged. Don't know what it was. Right, so this looks like a deck we've seen before from Silco. We've got a Ritual deck coming out from Nataraja. So this looks like a spell reduction on Ritual, maybe a Blind Date as well. He has the Walking Blind Date there. Walking Blind Date is a minion. The Blind Date is a defensive spell. No? Okay, so he's got the bats, though. He's going with the bats as his second spell, but he also has Last Stand to reduce as well. So let's see how Silco deals with the bats. We saw earlier how overpowering the bats can be if you don't have something decent to deal with it. He does have the Chisma. Let's see how he can do with that. Thinking about using the Bevalanche. Doesn't want to use it unless he really has to. You know, this game's all about being mana efficient. Could have closed that down with the Bevalanche. Didn't need to. So this is a strong push coming out to start with. Nataraja wants to really get ready for the bats. So he's saving his mana. You've got to be patient here. Here they come. The Bevalanche is so valuable, though. Just absolutely shredding. Right, here come the bats. And there we see the power of the Chisma Boomstick shutting the bats down. And the bats can get out of control, or they can just be Chisma'd. So both players have a good idea of what their opponent's strat is at the moment. So, for an example, Silco knows that Nataraja wants to get these bats flooding out. So he knows that he wants to hold on to that Chisma, keep it available for that situation. Nataraja wants to try to play around it if he can. It's going to be difficult. Chisma fearing himself away from danger. Chisma's so difficult to deal with. You've got to be super careful you don't spawn on it. Doesn't want to hit the bats. Remember, the bats you can control, but a lot of the bats went down to Chisma. That was frustrating from Nataraja there. And again, the Chisma. It looks like Chisma's going to be the MVP in this matchup. The Bats just can't handle it. That Chisma at the top still alive. It's been alive for a good while. Doesn't get another hit off, but this looked like the push at the bottom is going to be too much. Silco's going to take this first game in this semi-final. And the Bats just getting absolutely chismed. We've seen a couple of people playing the Bats today. If they're unanswered, they can be absolutely overwhelming. But if you have something like a Chisma in there and you play it smartly and it's available when you need it, then you can shut those Bats down almost at will. And then the Bevalanche comes in, shuts down everything else. Okay, so I think I put that score wrong. Silco took that first game. God damn it. Imagine typing. Right, 1-0. I wrote it down wrong. Everything's wrong. Okay. So that was just a Bat strat that just had a counter card to it. Chisma Boomstick. And you saw the power of Chisma. Remember, he will fear himself away from what he attacks unless he's got his Scrat Swarm buff. And you could see he just kept running back and then coming back for some more. Really, really powerful. Right, so game number 1 goes to Silco. Remember, this is best of 5, so losing a game is not quite so detrimental. But what that means is Valorian has come and gone for Silco now. He's won with Valorian. He can no longer play Valorian. Nataraja only has the restriction of the bans, which is Mordor. Remember, of course, if you're wondering where Apep is, Apep has been banned for the event. There's currently a bug with Simulacrum. Apep's perk 1 can give you Simulacrum, so we've had to ban Simulacrum and that perk and Apep in entirety, as well as Rocket Scrat as well. Rocket Scrat, a very common card, but it's been causing some crashes. There has been a hotfix. I don't know if that's fixed it or not, but because we're not sure, it has been also banned. So those are the bans overall. Feel like a sneeze is coming on. I was right. Okay, let's make sure no one restarted their games. Okay. Chisma Boomstick. Go on. Right. But this is the first semi-final. So we've got Silco against Nataraja here. And of course we've got a second semi-final waiting in the wings. And we'll try to watch both of those so we don't miss any of the action. And then of course the winner of those will go into the grand final. So we've got Dark Crow against Ficus in the other final. And so we've got Nataraja, sorry, grand semi-final. And Nataraja against Silco in this one. A bit of downtime here. Players deciding what to do. This is where it becomes important for the players to really just pay attention to the bans, the conquest bans if they've won with it. They don't want to slip up and give away a victory by playing a card that's banned or a master that's banned. So they need to be careful. Just double check before you go in, because you know you work so hard in these events to get to somewhere. You make a little mistake like that, and it can really mess everything up. So write a list or something. Check it twice. Ludamad likes video games. I like video games as well. I think we all do here. Okay, so we're loading into the second game of this semi-final. We've got Silco 1-0 up. We're moving into game number 2. What are we going to see? We are going to see Ratbo. First time we're seeing Ratbo today. And we've got Diona. So it's an Idol of Sacrifice deck for Nataraja. He's going to want to get that Idol up. He's going to want to trigger the Sacrifice on the Rabid Prowler. We saw this earlier, how powerful it can be with the healer. But does Silco have the tools to deal with it? A lot of people, if you read the Steam forums, really think that Zip Zapinator is a very, very strong card. So let's see how that pans out. It can be very strong. This is where it's frustrating when you're trying to push into it. Once you can get on and about and around it, then it's a lot more manageable. But the Nats doing a great job shutting down everything there. Okay, so a nice start. A scary looking push here. Nataraja needs to handle this with care. Right, he's looking for the Scrat Swarm. Gets the Zeppelins coming in. Okay, so this is going to be... Looks like it's going to be a game where the players are going to do a lot of face damage to each other. But let's see. Nataraja needs to shut this down. Chisma with the Scrat Swarm. Oh, look at all that... Oh, that could be all she wrote there. That could be too much. The power of the Zip Zapinator absolutely shredding everything. It hits so hard. Okay, Nataraja lives. Just. And then we saw how powerful Zip Zapinator was if you cannot deal with it appropriately. And the way it attacks, it has a cone attack at the front. So if you get in it, even if it's aggroed on something else, the next time it attacks, it will find you. It will kill you. Here comes the next push. How does he shut this down? There's no way he can hold on here. The Zeppelins, one of them gets through to face. Silco takes the second game pretty quickly. And that first push was just disgusting. So that felt like the sort of game that Nataraja just didn't stand a chance with. As soon as that Herald Armoon went down, he needed that to kill everything. So the problem is, once you've got a very offensive setup in the Idol of Sacrifice, the Prowler, you want to set up a big push, but it doesn't help you too much when you're defending. That statue's just going to wander off, not really do too much, or just get absolutely shredded by some DPS. And sometimes the way to deal with an aggro deck is just to be aggro against it. And we saw just saw the power of Zip Zapinator there, supported by the Nats and just everything else. Just too much to deal with. That's the kind of thing where the cards on their own are kind of strong, but put them together and they are just really, really hard to deal with. Kryptonius Rex in the chat says, I played banned cards like a noob. It's a mistake that a lot of players make, but you probably learned from it. You learned the hard way, but hopefully you learned from it and next time you won't repeat it. Right, so that's 2-0. Very quick 2-0 lead for Silco. Can Nataraja start the fight back, or can Silco close this out? We saw Nataraja beating Silco in the final round of the previous Swiss part of the event. Silco adjusted the bans, adjusted the decks, and he's come back. Right. Update the score on the screen. Okay, so if you missed any of the action today, or you want to revisit any of it, I will put it up on my YouTube. Make sure you drop it a subscription, and we've got loads of old tournaments on there, historical tournaments. We've also got lots of patch note videos, lots of update videos, lots of card descriptions and stuff. More to come, of course. But if you're interested in Minion Masters, that should be a great place for you to find out a lot of information about what's going on in the game at the moment, and learning about new cards and strats and stuff like that. So if you want to get involved, do so. We're closing on 1,800 subs, so that's awesome. Appreciate every last one of you. Let's see what happens now. So, reminder, Silco can't play Stormbringer, can't play Valorian, can't play Ratbow, Apep is banned, so having to dig a little deeper into the master bucket. Nataraja can only not play Mordar and Apep. Silco definitely has 1 foot in the final. Can he take the 2nd foot and plant it squarely in the grand final? Or is Nataraja going to trip him? But yeah, we saw the power of Zip Zapinator there. Very difficult. So that was kind of a situation where he didn't have the tools to deal with it. It was fully charged. He spent a lot of mana, of course, on it. But Nataraja didn't have the tools. You need to get something in and around it. You need to stun it. You need to drown it in Horde. But the problem was, not only was Zip there was a lot of support there as well. The Nats, of course, would clear any Horde if there was some, which he didn't have. The Herald Moon, he tried to deal with it, but it wandered into the danger zone in the conal damage area in front of Zip and just got absolutely blasted. So that was really frustrating. He may have needed to try to play the Herald Moon more on the Zip to get that shut down. That Zip was really the biggest issue. Okay, here we go. We're loading into game number 3. Silco is 2-0 up.
And we're off.
Interesting choice.
Can Nataraja fight back? Silco going for Wrecked. Stormbringer for Nataraja. We saw him have some good luck, some good outcome with the Stormbringer earlier. Okay, so you might think that's a weird Bear Avalanche is killing the Marines, but of course it does a little bit of phase damage, kills the Marines, holds the bridges, forces his opponent to take the bridges. Right, City Watch from Silco. We got a Valorian-based, not a Valorian, an Empyrean-based deck against an Outlander setup. Wrecked Walker with the Nats. Oh, that bottom bridge getting neutralized, a little bit frustrating there for Nataraja. Zealots, we've seen a lot today. It's going to Impetus Blast into the Zealots' path. There's going to be some good DPS coming out here, but the Bounce Breed Flingers are hitting everything in the pocket, which is really frustrating. It's going to get shut down by the Bear Avalanche as well, and Nataraja's under a lot of pressure here. Look at all those clones out. Stormbringer's not going to do a good job shutting it down. He's taking some decent damage here. The clones have a shield. There's the real wreck there as well. Squire Puff doing what Squire Puff does. And that's a lot of damage and a bit of an XP lead for Silco. Squire Puff goes down. That's a little frustrating though for Silco, but he does get the shields from it before it dies. Not sure if he was trying to keep the attack going there. They have jumped just a little bit too late. Again, the Impetus Blast doesn't quite pull the units out. You've got to be really accurate with that. But this is a lot of face damage. This is too much for Nataraja to deal with. Stormbringer's no good in this situation. It looks like he's going to clear it up. Is he? No, he's not. There's the jump. No more Shadow Clones left. Bear Avalanche on face. We've still got some DPS coming in. 40 HP left. Nataraja hanging on, but he's 2-0 down. He's a huge amount of XP behind. He's on 40 HP. He's not been able to get his foot in the door at all here. This just feels inevitable. 15 HP. The Avalanche does 16 damage, I think. That's 160 damage. 10% to face. Is he going to go? Is he thinking about it? Is he unsure of how much damage it does? Are we all? Who knows? But he's very much in control at the moment. Perk 3 as well. Impetus Blast. He knew that would do it. We've seen 2 Impetus Blast killing blows today. And Silco takes their first semi-final by 3-0. Nataraja was just not up to the task today. Silco really doing a great job. Struggled against Nataraja earlier in the event, but really came back in this one. Taking that by 3-0. And he books his place in our grand final. But the question on our lips now is who is he going to play? It's going to be either Dark Crow or Ficus. Which one? I don't know. You don't know. But together we are going to find out. So let's try and get set up quickly for this. And then we'll dive straight into that. So, Dark Crow against Ficus. Okay, so I've got the bands. So just give me a second. We'll bring those up. Okay. Right, 0-0. Reset the score. Semi-final 2, best of 5. Dark Crow against Ficus. Right. So, Ficus bans Valorian, Avea, and Rampant Growth. And Dark Crow bans Milloween, Herald Armoon, and Blue Golem. So some very heavy-hitting units being banned. Right, Ficus, Dark Crow, got the score. Okay, we're ready. So Milloween, Herald Armoon, of course, removes a lot of the Slither decks that Ficus likes to play. The Armoon really is the key that holds it all together. It's the real difficult unit to deal with, and it's not easily replaced. Blue Golem, interesting. Probably doesn't want to deal with any big Golem, Growth Burst, Shroom situations. Avea, we know how strong Avea is, so Ficus has banned that, and Rampant Growth, that kind of removes an entire strat as well with the Golems and the Hills and the Zenshi. Or maybe not removes it, but definitely weakens it a lot. Okay, so I'm ready here. Looks like the players are almost ready. We've got our bands. Make sure you join the giveaway. It is running. We'll draw it at the end. We're just waiting on the players to confirm. So the situation we had is that first semi-final was very quick. So the players awaiting the finish of that game, maybe expecting it to last longer, which it didn't. So they may be AFK, which could be a problem. We're trying to get hold of them. Don't worry. Give them time whilst appropriate. So we have one finalist already, Silco. Who is he gonna play? So Dark Crow has been our runner-up on a number of occasions, constantly getting beaten by Set. Set is no longer in this event. So does that open the way for Dark Crow to get to the final and to get a victory for the first time? Or is he not going to make it? Or is he going to get beaten by someone else? We don't know, but we're going to find out. Just hopefully we can get hold of them ASAP. Okay. Looks like we're going in. Going straight in.
Let's go.
Sinobii would say, we're going in!
Those who turn to darkness.
Right, Dark Crow, Diona. Ficus, wrecked. Trying to get a feel for the deck. Ficus looks like he's playing... Looks like he's just playing Set's deck. Oh, there's a rocket scrap! That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Rocket Scrat is a banned card. Ficus has played the banned card. We'll see what happens if they notice or not. Don't know if either player has noticed. Very difficult to get in touch with a player during the game. So we'll play this out and see what happens. But yeah, as mentioned, you know, it's important. Just have a list of the banned cards, right? How difficult is it? So we'll play this game out, we'll see what happens. Right, he's going to get some good face damage coming out here, using the Taunt Trap to keep that Prowler alive for as long as possible. Chain Lightning comes in, remember it hits 6 things now. Not as many as it used to, but it costs 1 mana less. Like, they've had all this time waiting. You've got time to make sure that your decks are legitimate. Then mistakes are made. Okay, so Ficus is ahead on XP. Darkrai dropping low on HP though. Those Blood Imps really getting punished a bit. Comes the Chain Lightning, but the Prowler's not going to have a good time against this Defenso and the set and the Shen. XP leveling up a little bit, but Darkrai is low on HP. Doesn't want to lose that heal though. Ruffles going for a heal. Ruffles going for a heal. Ruffles gets the heal. Okay. Ruffles was so close to being within aggro range there. The heal's so important because it allows him a little bit more flexibility to keep using those Blood Imps a little longer. Okay, good Chain Lightning. Perk 3 for Ficus now, though. Right, perk 3 now for Diona. Blood Imp's still there. He doesn't have any way of hugely punishing the Blood Imps, but they are slowly whittling him down. So Scrat's going to do some good damage on face for a while. One Punch Blast. Okay, down to 350, 310, 270, 230, 190. He does have a crossbow trap. No more Blood Imps, so he doesn't want to make that mistake. We've seen in previous events, people have made a mistake, play those Blood Imps too late. There's the trap, double trap. This is going to be too much. Okay, Darkrai takes the victory. Okay, that makes it... wins anyway. Okay, Ficus played the ban card. But he lost anyway, so that makes it a little easier. We don't have to worry about replaying or anything like that. It was close, Darkro takes the first game. In this best of 5. That score looks like some kind of binary love letter. Right, Darkro 1, Ficus 0. There was a ban card in the Rocket Scrap, but ultimately it didn't matter. We just need to make sure Ficus is aware so he doesn't make that mistake in the next game as well. And yeah, you just got to be very careful. I don't know if any of the tournament players can tell us, but it feels like it would make sense just to have either a written down list or a notepad open on your second monitor of banned cards. Just sanity check that before you go in. But it seems like a lot of players don't do that. We've seen a number of people misplaying stuff that they shouldn't be playing. Seems like people could just tighten up the way that they deal with that just to stop this from things getting... just didn't change anything, but if you get a victory and then it gets taken away from you because you've played something that you really shouldn't have, that maybe you didn't really change the game anyway, that's really frustrating. So people just need to be a little bit more cognizant of keeping on top of that. Yep, the results from Game 1 stand. The players played on. Darkro won anyway. Just need to make sure Ficus doesn't make that mistake again. Basically, what would happen if Ficus won that game? Technically, he would have been awarded a loss unless his opponent decided to allow them to replay it. And then he would have to replay with the same deck, but the banned card replaced. But that didn't happen. Right, here we go. We're loading into the second game here. He's got the Rocket Scrat again! This guy! He is really shooting himself in the foot right now. Rocket Scrat is banned because there's been some bugs that are causing the game to crash. Not always, but it's been related to the Rocket Scrat. There has been a couple of hot fixes to address it, but we're not 100% sure it's been fixed. Therefore, we banned it in caution. But see, these are simple mistakes from experienced players. They're really going to cost him. Right, big beam. Right, so we got kind of distracted by the Rocket Scrat. We've tried to let him know, remind him that it's a banned card, but he's obviously not reading or getting the messages. Not much we can do about it, unfortunately. He's... But we'll play it out, we'll see what happens. Darkro, I'm sure, has noticed the Rocket Scrat as well. Got a big push coming in. Might not make any difference. Or the beam. Oh, it would have been nice if he'd kept that alive. Didn't quite do so, but did get a good clear. Ficus ahead on XP. Both players taking substantial face damage. So a big XP lead here for Ficus. Not sure. I don't know if he's even aware that there was a problem in the last game. It's important. This is another thing to learn. You know, you've got to pay attention to the communication channels, the appropriate communication channels between yourself and between the admin. Some of these players just kind of disappear into their own mind. That just won't work. Both players have taken a lot of face damage, but Ficus has a good XP lead. It's one thing playing a banned card once, but playing it the next match as well, that's unforgivable. Can he close this out? He's dropping low on HP. His opponent does have a beam, Dark Crow. So if he drops to 150 HP, or even in a couple of beams, we could see him put that pressure on there. Okay, he's dropping low. He's nearly down. If he drops to 300, we're going to start seeing beams on face. Oh, that bridge still taken. He knows he's very close. XP's very close, so if he starts just beaming face, then it could get out of control. So he's just playing it safe. If he gets within a couple of beams, then he'll probably go. There we go. That's going to be another hit on face, is it? Boom, 170 HP. He's got his trigger on the beam. Here it comes. There we go. Okay. Dark Crow takes that one. Right, let's go and yell at Ficus. Okay. Let's see if we can stop this train wreck before he plays it 3 times in a row. Let's see if we can do anything about it. You know, if someone's not reading any of their messages, then there's literally nothing you can do, right? Right. Okay. I messaged him on Steam. We're all trying to get in touch with him. They don't read their messages. You know, what else can you do? They're just completely hamstringing themselves. Okay, so the fact that Dark Crow's won both of those games kind of makes it slightly irrelevant. It's going to be sad if he plays it again. Okay, apparently he's responded. Just don't get this. I don't know. If anyone can shed any light, any tournament players can shed any light, how does that happen? You just get blinkered and forget about it? Like, please, just write a list. That's the sort of thing you've got to learn the lesson, right? Or maybe not. Right, here we go. Dark Crow's 2-0 up. The biggest question is he going to play the Rocket Scrat? 2 for 2. Are we going 3 for 3? Let's find out.
Make this entertaining, guys. Let's duel.
Right. Mordor against KP. Okay, it's a little mistake there by Dark Crow. Has to then spend the extra mana on the Jolo to take the bridge. Not what he wants to do. Right, interesting deck here from Dark Crow. We got a Doom Cleaver, something that I couldn't tell you the last time we saw a Doom Cleaver in a tournament. So the Doom Cleaver getting reductions. Every time he gets a kill or hits face, you can see the Magma Cannon is down to 2 mana there. Switch to try to keep it away, but it is. Nicely spirited. Going to get a face hit as well. So that we see the Colossus reduced to 8 mana. So, but you see the... Okay, right. So the Doom Cleaver costs 9. Regular Cleaver costs 6. So if it gets 3 reductions, it's the same as a Cleaver. If it gets more, then you're into... then you're starting to really get some value out of it. Now, one thing to remember is a lot of people don't realize this, but illusions don't resurrect from tombstones. So you can play the illusory cleaver, you can play the whelps in Mordor now. You don't have to worry about them wasting your tombstone. Looks like the res is going to be there of the bounty sniper. Not the res of choice, but not too bad. Right, Doom Cleaver's going to get another kill here, is he? Right, he was scared. He used the snap freeze when he didn't really need to. Didn't want to lose that Doom Cleaver. Right, Doom Cleaver's still getting hits. It's got 3 kills so far. Can he get a 4th? Nope. Tranquil's gonna heal. He would love to punish those Blood Imps with the Colossus, but not being able to. Okay, Tombstone up. What's going to res? Ficus would like not the Colossus to res. Okay, here we go. Chain Lightning only hits 6 things now. That's a decent looking push at the top. Right. Now the Doom Cleaver's going to farm a bit. Really difficult to deal with this Colossus as well. King Puff does hit decently hard. But Ficus in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Spirited Doom Cleaver as well. How does he deal with this? See, the difficulty with dealing with it is normally if you're dealing with a regular Cleaver, you just put Horde down and deal with it. But of course, the Horde is slightly feeding the Doom Cleaver. So it's not quite the same setup. Didn't really get the value he wanted there, but he could get a big res here. Tombstone ticking down. Nice spawn on the Colossus. Nice stun as well, but of course... Oh no, the Colossus is still alive. Is it going to hit face? No, it doesn't, but that's a massive full HP spirited Colossus. How does Ficus deal with this? The bridge switch though, but nothing's at the top. What is his... oh, goodness me. How does he deal with this? I don't think he does. I think the answer is he doesn't. 3 tombstones up. Doom Cleaver reses. This is just spiraling out of control. Dark Crow looking like he's going to close this out. There it is. Oh, he's still alive. Just Doom Cleaver. Dark Crow takes that game and closes out the set by 3-0. The first 2 marred by controversy with the Rocket Scrat. Didn't really change anything, but wow, the power there of the Doom Cleaver just stacking up the mana reductions, and that Colossus, full HP, Colossus, Spirit, Haste Res, disgusting. Wow. Okay. Dark Crow has beaten Ficus by 3-0. Dark Crow is in the grand final again. He's been in the grand final so many times. Can this be the time? Can this be his time? Silco stands between him and the champion spot. Right. Thanks, Brizzle. Just need to be aware of not only the bans that your opponent is throwing at you, but you've got to be aware of the tournament bans as well. Ficus, yeah, Ficus is a very experienced player, so it's surprising that he made that. So there's some lessons to be learned. If you're a tournament player, make sure, just have a list of the bans somewhere, right? Just write them down on a notepad. Have a notepad open on your PC screen, whatever. Just have some kind of way of double checking, because it's really sad to lose in that way. Also, the other thing to learn is to make sure that between matches that you check the appropriate communication channels between you, your opponent, and the administrators of the tournament. Just lessons to be learned, just to make it makes it easier for everyone, right? It makes it easier for you as a player, makes it easier for us running the event. Okay, so Dark Crow against Silco is going to be our grand final. We're going to get set up for that. Silco, no doubt, will have watched this to potentially get some information on who he's going to play, what they might play, and he'll be using that information potentially to mold his bans appropriately. So the grand final, again, it's best of 5 conquest rules. Conquest rules, okay. Okay, so Silco against Dark Crow. Again, if you missed any of the action, make sure you check out my YouTube video. It'll be up tomorrow, I should think. All things being well. If you want to go back, if you want to check some decks, if you wanted to revisit how you played, then check it out. If you just joined us today, this is a Minion Masters tournament. It's Team Mana Frenzy. It's BetaDwarf presenting. Minion Masters, of course, is a free-to-play game. Check it out if you haven't played it. It's free on Steam. It's free on Xbox. It's super fun. It's free-to-play friendly. It's got a tournament scene. It's got a great community. The developers are awesome. Check it out. You won't regret it. Right, I'm just in the middle of setting up the names. I'm not sure which order we're going to do this in. Do we have Dark Crow here? Dark Crow. Okay, yeah, we can do this. That's fine. Okay, so player 1's going to be Silco. Player 2 is going to be Dark Crow. Okay. Well, the problem is you can't just stop someone playing in the middle of a match because you can't get in touch with them. So they just have to carry on, and then that's it. Once it's done, then you deal with it. Unless you're talking about kicking someone out of the whole event, you know, that's not really fair. Mistakes are made. Sometimes they're repeated. The rule is if you play a banned card, then you basically get punished. So if you play a banned card and you notice immediately, you should leave the match. That stands in your favor. If the match completes or goes on for more than a minute, I think, then the rules are going to shred you. Right. Here we go. Let me just quickly do a Discord notification so if people want to come in for the final, they can do. Thanks, Marga. Don't worry, I'm not on my own. Sinobie's helping. As always, doing a great job. Couldn't do it without him. Grand final time. Got a giveaway running. We'll do the winners at the end, so make sure you get involved in that if you want to. Right, we've got some bans coming in. Right, let's just make sure that everything is set up as it needs to be. We've got Silco here. And Dark Crows. Dark Crow online. Look like it, yeah. Do we have him on this account? Yes, we do. Okay, nice. Right, so we've got... Make sure we've got our notes. You know, why not write notes? Probably the only time I ever write anything, literally. Right, so we've got Silco banning Mordor. Maybe in reaction to that last game. Bearvalanche and Dormant Defenders. And Dark Crow banning Wrecked, Rock Rivals, and Blood Imps. Show Me the Money said it would be great if you could see the bans on the screen. I was thinking about doing something like that. We have to make like an entire system for it, I think. Maybe we'll have it for next time. Who knows? So, Mordor is banned. Hopefully nobody plays a banned card. Kappa. Wrecked for Silco. Silco can't play Wrecked. Right. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Well, yeah, predictions up. Thanks, Tangy. Predictions. Predict who you think's going to win. Is it going to be Silco or is it going to be Dark Crow? I may have blinked twice, but you know, blinking is something you do fairly often. Whether you want to or not. Right, Dark Crow, Silco. Yes, the community's awesome. Most of the community's awesome. Right, Silco, Dark Crow. Okay, we're ready. It's grand final time. Someone is going to walk away with $200 of hard cash. Probably not hard cash, probably some kind of digital variant. But they could receive it digitally and then cash it in. They could have that cash in their hand. Indirectly. Right, Silco, Dark Crow. Just double checking everything. It's grand final time. Make sure you do your predictions. We'll do the giveaways at the end. But for now, we shall concentrate on the gameplay. Everything seems okay from my end. Yeah, the Steam forums are a bit of a cesspit. But there are some interesting parts that go on in there. Some good questions that are asked. There's also a lot of trolls and a lot of nonsense. But it's inevitable, right? What are we waiting for? I don't know. Oh, hold on. Someone restarted. Ah! Okay, Silco restarted. Okay. I hate it when players restart their game. And if I don't notice, then the match starts and we miss it. But luckily, I have noticed this one. Right, Silco. You tried to get me, but not this time. I am aware of your nonsense. I write satisfactory notes. Yes, my notes are satisfactory. Right, how are we doing? Can I see what the prediction is? Right, prediction. Looks like 89% on Silco, 11% on Dark Crow. More people have voted for Dark Crow, but they weren't prepared to put their channel points, their fish hats, where their mouths were. Madman voted 100,000 fish hats on Silco. Little Shane, what's up, Little Shane, voted 20,000 fish hats on Dark Crow. So, twice as many people think Dark Crow's going to win as Silco, but the channel points are hugely skewed in Silco's favour. Somebody may win big. Much excites. Right, I think we're ready. So we've got Dark Crow, who is from China. Silco, I want to say he's American. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure. If I'm wrong, it's not supposed to be offensive. He is American. Okay, yeah. That explains everything. Okay. The beauty of the internet, the beauty of video games, the beauty of Minion Masters, bringing together different cultures, clashing in the arena. Right. Rock Rivals is still strong, but it's very different. Which is good, I like it. Can't just blindly play it. I don't think it's anywhere near as strong overall as it used to be. Okay. Dark Crow is deck building. Silco is in the menu. Okay. Put the bands in the chat. You're a visual learner. That'll help you out. Right, here we go. We're loading into Grand Final. Silco against Dark Crow. This is going to be the first game. It's best of 5. Here we go.
We do what we must.
Right, Valorian. We've seen this deck a lot from Silco. We've seen how powerful Chisma can be. Dark Crow going for an idle deck. Slither, Sacrifice, big pushes. Right, straight away. Here he goes. Ideally, you don't want the statue lagging behind it too much, really. You want that all together, unless your opponent has a beam. Oh, he takes the hit on face. Not sure he wanted to do that. He did have the shield. Maybe a slight misplay.
Test yourself against this.
It's getting handled quite nicely at the moment for Silco. Got a Hypnotize in there, but it looks like the Hypnotize is going to wear off before the Chisma gets to do anything anyway. Can they kill the Chisma? Okay, it's going to get the res before the Chisma goes down, so this attack is still going. Valorian on the Armoon, but he's going to take a few hits from it, so this is going to be some decent damage coming out from Dark Crow. Not necessarily the early attack that he wanted, but it's working out. Over 1,500 damage to his opponent. The statue really got handled quite nicely by Silco, but still took huge damage, and that's really the power of these decks. Even if you handle it pretty well, they can still punish you. I'm surprised he put the Musketeer there. Why would he not put the Musketeer at the bottom? He took more damage than he really needed to from the looks of it there. Right, Lash of Armoon. Or the shield keeps Shen healthy, but not really much value. Unless it survives. It's going to survive with 1 HP-ish. But here comes the next push.
The shadows fade as
He's trying to stop. The Slither Bounds are dead. But he does have the Slithers attached, there you can see, to the Prowler. So he is able to get the statue. Remember, the statue will heal by 250 and rage when it's sacrificed, when the sacrifice triggers it. Blood Imp's going to get really punished by Chisma there. Chisma, he's trying to keep Chisma alive. He does. That's going to be important. But the statue at the top, he needs a way of dealing with that. He's dealt with the bottom. Hypnotize, a little bit weird. The Dark Crow needs to watch his own HP as well. But look at this statue. How's he going to deal with that? Shen comes in. Okay, Shen doesn't perma-stun it though, so it's still going to get some hits off. And it's hitting hard. One more hit's going to be massive if he gets it. He does! 204 HP left. Chisma inflicting his own damage. XP a little irrelevant at this time. Well, he needs to be careful because both players are very close to death. Chisma is alive, which is important. Does he have any way of resin the Chisma? I mean, resin the Armoon, sorry. What am I talking about? Who knows? Right, here comes the next push. I don't think he can deal with this. He doesn't have any way of just going up the upper end and finishing it. Let's have a look what he does. Doing a good job. But here's the statue. The Prowler as well is going to be the icing on the cake that wasn't required. Dark Crow takes the first game in this grand final, and that's the power of the Idol of Sacrifice. We saw, interestingly, that first push, he handled it, Silco, so well. The statue didn't really get anywhere near face, but he still took massive damage, and there's just so many ways that deck can hurt you. You've got the Rage statue, you've got the Herald Armoon that can res and is a real pain to get to remove. You've got the Rabid Prowler with the Berserker Rage. There's so many ways that it can remove your units and then get to face and do huge damage. And we saw that there. And, you know, it just does a lot of damage every push. And eventually, it's just too many pushes and you've got no HP left. Okay, so Dark Crow strikes first in this grand final. The power of Slither. Right. So, Wrecked no longer playable. So he could play the same deck if he wanted to, just not with the same master. You could argue that you could play that with Diona and it would still be just as strong. So we'll see if he goes with that or if he changes the way that he's going to go about it. Of course, you know, you've got to... Both players are thinking about what their opponent might play. Are they going to try and deal with it? Are they just going to play their own game? There's lots of things that they need to think about, and it's difficult. You know, you don't know. Sometimes you just have to hedge your bet a little bit. Try not to play anything that can be really heavily countered. But let's see what they decide to go for. Now, let's see if the predictions are still up. The predictions have been closed. Tanji, thanks for doing that. Okay, so 66% of the channel points have been bet on Silco to win, but more than twice as many people have bet on Dark Crow. So, is that people betting on Dark Crow but not really feeling that they are willing to put their money where their mouth is? Or is that just poor, channel point poor people betting on Dark Crow? They bet all they had, but that was all they had. Maybe a bit of both. Who knows? Right, we had a bunch of follows today. Welcome to everyone who's joined the stream. We haven't had them popping up on the stream because we don't really want to interact in too much, distracting from the action. But we've had Opa. We've had the Gamer 97, Clegain, Lickin. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Right. So that's the first game done and dusted. How is Silco going to react to that? How is Dark Crow going to react to that? Hey, Cartoucho, thanks for being here. You will hear me in 3 minutes' time. But when you hear me, it will be now. New map. What map? What's happening? Both players in the deck building thinking about what they want to do, trying to double predict what their opponent's going to do. Can they do it? We'll find out. Tangelizer says, well, at least no more idle. Well, I wouldn't put I wouldn't put too much bet on that. Because that deck can work with a number of different masters. Slightly differently, but can. Reading the chat as it's coming in. Yep, unfortunately sometimes these games are really quick. Then the players do take a little bit of a time with the deck building. So we're just awaiting them to hit their ready button. They are encouraged to be as prompt as possible. People worrying about their points. It's not over yet. It's just the first game. Seen Silco be dominant so far today in a lot of the matches, so do not write him off yet. Is this Dark Crow's opportunity? It is very early in the morning in China for Dark Crow, so that could definitely count against him. I don't know. Looks like it could be 3 AM over there at the moment, so that could be difficult to deal with that. But here we go. We're loading into the second game of this grand final. We had a quick first game. What have we got coming up here in the second game? Okay. Dark Crow not waiting around. That werewolf immediately spawned. Silco playing Volko against Diona. Diona more of a meta master. Volko not so much. But let's see what he can do with it. H Prowler we've seen quite a lot today. Slow this attack down with the Frostbearer. Make sure that Prowler spawns. Okay, Defenso is going to be difficult for him to deal with. But that's going to be frustrating for him. We haven't seen that Arcane Barrage at all today, I don't think. But then it's going to shut down that Prowler heavily each time. Looked like it was going to spawn, but it does do 150 damage, which is over the threshold. Will stop it from spawning. But of course it is slightly more expensive for Silco to shut that down when you factor in the mana freeze cost of the barrage. Now, of course, Volko is susceptible to the air. And I feel that Dark Crow was a little overzealous with that trap. If he'd played the trap a little later, he could have taken out the Arcanist, which would have allowed the prop scrats to do more work. There again, shutting it down, but it does cost him 3+1 mana to do that. So he is slightly at a disadvantage, is Silco. Bear Trap doing great work there against the Prowler. That's exactly what you need it to do. Jolo going to get some work here. Going to take a while for Diona to kill Jolo. Hello? Okay, that Jolo did a lot of work. Right. Wolf hits hard, has true damage, so will freeze with his first attack on a unit. And then his true damage allows him to do max DPS through the frost. Doesn't want to lose this Prowler. So what he's doing, he knows he wants to use the barrage on the Prowler, but he's waiting, because the barrage is now buffed a little bit, extra shots with it. He's trying to wait for Dark Crow to commit something else next to it, so he can get more value out of it. Right, these prop scrats can be a pain because, of course, Volko can't hit air, so he needs to be very careful with that. You can see Darkro chain lightning all of the archers trying to get the value of the prop scrats, and they did a decent amount of damage. Right, Ruffles getting taken out as part of the barrage as well. Okay, I don't think this Prowler's going to spawn this time. The trap plus the DPS, just too much. So a decent push coming out from Darkro at the moment. Right, Assassin gets frozen. Right, using the traps, keeping everything penned back. Right, Blood Imps are still being played. He's going to have to start thinking about stopping that soon. He may have interrupted... Nope. That Prowler is such a tease. It really looks like it's going to spawn, and then it doesn't. Right, can he get some value out of these prop scrats? We know how dangerous they can be. Not able to shut down the Arcanist in time. The prop scrats could be a win condition, but he is ahead on XP as Darkro. Remember, he took the first game with the Idol of Sacrifice. And he is ahead at the moment, but both players are fairly low HP, so they've got to be super careful. Darkro's still playing the Blood Imps. Very risky. Darkro ahead on XP. He knows that the barrage has been used, so he should be able to get this Prowler up here. Doesn't have the chain lightning to support this. Maybe pushed in a little bit without the support there, but he needs to be super careful. A mistake with this Prowler could end everything. Right, Jolo is exactly what he wants, but he needs to be careful because Jolo can run out of his luck very quickly, and there's the Prowler on face, and then suddenly that's the mistake. And Silco takes that one, and that's just the power of the Prowler. You make that one mistake, and suddenly you get absolutely destroyed. He'd been using the Blood Imps over and over again, so he didn't have any sort of HP buffer. Okay, Darkray's going to... I feel like that was just a mistake. He should have had the ability to stop that. It did look terrifying, but he really just needed to hold on. He was close to Mana Frenzy. He could have really closed that game out, but then suddenly, and I think we've definitely seen in previous events that Darkro will keep using Blood Imps until right at the last moment. And maybe just a cycle too far, because you put yourself in danger. That Prowler, the Perk 3 Rabid Prowler, that thing is going to do massive damage. It's a Prowler with Berserker Rage. It's not a Rabid Prowler, but it might as well be. Jolo just didn't survive long enough, and it just jumped and closed it out. Goodness me. Okay, game on. Looked like Darkro was, I wouldn't say easing into a 2-0 lead, but he looked like he was in control. Was taking damage, but it felt fairly controlled. The Blood Imps, of course, maybe just one cycle of the Blood Imps too far. Just got punished. Just got punished. And that's the power of the Berserker Rage. Those units go from being decently damaging to just monsters. Right, so that's one game all. So you got to be thinking now, how does that affect the players mentally? Darkro has got to mentally think, I just lost that game when I really should have won it. So he's got to, got to not dwell on that. And Silco, on the other side of things, is thinking, I really got a bit of a get out of jail free card there. That was a game that I looked like I'd lost. I've suddenly managed to grab a victory. Let's try and build on that. So Darkro doesn't want to dwell on it, but Silco just wants to try to build on that. Because that was really a turn up for the books. Maybe a mistake, maybe tiredness. We'd have to look at the replay to see what options he had, but it felt like he should have had enough to shut that down. But ultimately he didn't. And it's really scary in that situation when you're playing Jolo and you're hoping that Jolo, of course, is going to have some good luck and keep staying alive and defending those attacks. But the second he doesn't, he's gone. And of course, you don't know whether you're going to get it. Remember, Jolo starts with 100% dodge, but then every time he dodges, it drops by 10%. So he's got a 90% chance to dodge the second one, but a 10% chance to not dodge it. And you know that balance between those changes each time. And in that situation, the difference between a Jolo dodge and not dodging is basically life and death. Very, very scary. Right. One game all. Let's make sure nobody restarted their game. Trying to mess with us a little bit. Yeah, Rihanna's not available for the halftime show, unfortunately. Yeah, as JMO said, he did play his prop scrats without having the support that he needed. Because those prop scrats, if he was able, with his chain lightning, with his traps, if he was able to remove the Arcanists specifically and the Crystal Archers, then those prop scrats could be an absolute nightmare for Silco to deal with. Volko, of course, cannot hit air. So if you remove those abilities for him to deal with it, then those prop scrats can shred everything. So potentially Darkroad just pushing a little bit early. we could see that he put the taunt trap down. He wanted to push in with the prop scrats to shut down the air, the anti-air, the magma cannon, and the crystal stuff, but just didn't have the mana to support it. Sometimes you just need to be patient, right? Some units are so much better when they're supported. And the traps that he has as Diona are so perfect for killing the Arcanist and the Crystal Archers, because they are so weak. They'll go down to that DPS so quickly, even before you can really react to shut it down. And then those air units have free reign, sorry. But that really wasn't able to deal with that. Okay. It seems like the players are taking a bit of time, really thinking about their next move, maybe. Looks like they're both in the menu, ready to go. So if you think about joining this event next time, just follow the news. There'll be an announcement about it in the Discord in the game. Join up, have some fun. We've had some new players today, which is awesome. Hopefully we'll see them and more of you next time. But here we go, grand final game number 3. It's very balanced right now. One game all. Couldn't be closer. Stormbringer. We've got Stormbringer Crystal against what looks like a lot of Zenchi, a lot of Growth Burst Shroom, Rampant Growth, which could give massive heals. Heals 100 health per Shroom. And it will give giant growth to the Zenchi unit that's being healed if it doesn't already have it. But look at this Golem, just fairly scary. The one thing you need to pay attention to, of course, is the Growth Burst Shrooms will only last for a certain amount of time. So you do want to use them, you do want to heal with them before they die. Because you can get into a frustrating position where you don't use them quickly enough and they disappear, and then you've got your Rampant Growth in your hand that you can't do anything with. Okay, so a good few hits coming out early on. Blood Imps again. Absolutely annihilated. Power of the Bear Avalanche. So the Shroom Puff going for the bridge. Gets picked off, unfortunately, there by Stormbringer. Unfortunately for Darkrow. When it gets to the bridge, it will give you a Shroom, or if it's got a Zenshi flow from a prior Zenshi card being used, it will give you 2 Shrooms. Right, Darkrow being patient here. Blood Imp's out again. Bit of mana being burnt by Silco. Looked like it anyway. Ruffles get some extra XP. This Golem's going to hit really hard. There is a heal available. There's 4 Shroom Puffs up. Here comes the heal. There's 5 of them up. That's a massive heal. 500 HP, plus the knockback and the stun if anything's close by. That's huge. And remember, of course, not only are the Growth Burst Shrooms helping with the rampant growth, they're also powering up the Shen Shock Stick as well, which we saw. So this is going to be a massive push. How does he deal with this? He doesn't have any heavy DPS. He's going to push this back, but that crystal construct is just going to get absolutely squished. Blood Imp's DPSing on face. The Avalanche used defensively, but that Golem is still going. It's going to hit face. This is going to be too much. There we go. Darkrow takes the third game, sorry. He's 2 games to 1 up, and that's just the power of that big blue Golem with the Growth Burst buff, the extra health, the extra damage. And we saw that heal. That heal was massive. 5 Shrooms. That's a 500 HP heal, plus the knockback and the stun. That is difficult to deal with. And he didn't have... Silco didn't have the kind of deck that could deal with that. Didn't have like lots of little skellies or something to try to hold it up. There was no Jolo in there. There's nothing he could do really to deal with that. Wow. Okay, so Darkrow takes a 2-game to 1 lead. This is the best of 5, so if he wins the next game, he's the grand final winner, sorry, the champion. Silco looking to fight back, though. So Diona is no longer available for Darkrow. Darkrow is one with Diona and Wrecked. Cannot play those. Mordor is banned for him. Cannot play that. Apep is banned from the tournament. Cannot play him. Silco on the other side is unable to play Wrecked or Volko. So the players having to dig a little bit deeper into their repertoire. So far, so good. So Darkrow has been in the final a lot of times, and he's been on the losing end of things. So is that going to be playing on his mind? Is he going to be thinking, I've been here so many times before and I've ended up losing? Or is he going to have the confidence to think, this is my time? I would have to look through the notes to see if he's been in a winning position in one of the finals before. So he was 2 games to 1 up. No, that's not the grand final. Ignore that. So he was... Yeah, so he was 2 games to 1 up against Set in the grand final of number 19. Knight's Duel number 19. He was 2 games to 1 up in that situation in the grand final. Set did come back and was able to beat him. Interestingly, he did win the 2nd game like he did here. Sorry, the 3rd game, his 2nd game, with a Growth Burst Shroom deck. That time it was with Ravager. So some similarities there. So he has been in this position leading in a grand final before, but he hasn't been in the position where he's been able to close it out. There may be other occasions. I don't want to go back too far. But he has been in the grand final a lot of times. Is this his moment? Can Silco stop him? We shall find out. Yeah, as Extentov said, and as I mentioned earlier, Silco just didn't have any tools to deal with it. Didn't have any stun, didn't have any horde. Very difficult to deal with it in that situation. The range units will pick it off, but not quickly enough. Right. Okay. We're almost ready. 2 games to 1 to Dark Crow. Can he close this out and become the champion for the first time? Can Silco fight back? We're going to find out hopefully shortly. Here we go. We're loading in. Yeah! Game number 4. The grand final.
Masters of Minions and Minions Masters, prepare to duel.
Right, what have we got? Diona. We got a Mana Puff Madness from Silco. We spoke about it earlier. We saw Set ban it against him. It's available for him now, and he's gone straight out. Shuts that down. Puts the pressure on his opponent to try to react. Getting some decent face damage out as well, but it looks like Dark Crow's going to be playing a similar strat from the last game. We saw all the shrooms. He uses them on the Battle Monkey there. He tries to taunt the Battle Monkey away, I think, but a bit of a misplay there with the Walking Blind Date. Doesn't really get the Battle Monkey. He's going to have to tank some of this damage. So this is going to be a painful start for Silco, but he's done more damage to his opponent. So both players really shredding from the start. Silco didn't wait. He knew he had his Mana Puff Madness available. He knew he had the spear throws that he wanted to use to shut that down. He went straight out of the gate. Both players did a lot of damage. But who's going to recover the best? This is another scary looking push. Again, here comes the heal plus the growth burst buff. That Battle Monkey's doing a lot of damage. He can't shut it down. This is going to be game, set, and match. Here comes the Shock Rocks in the Shen Shock Stick, and Dark Crow is the champion. Yeah! And again, Silco just not having the answers at all. For the power of those Growth Burst Shroom buffed Zenshi units. And that is it. Dark Crow is at last the champion. Silco fought him all the way, but those last 2 games, the power of Zenshi, the power of the Growth Burst Shrooms, Growth Burst, the buff itself, wow. Dark Crow's done it. He has been the perennial runner-up to Set, not multiple times, but this time, Set wasn't there to stand in his way. Silco tried to, but it wasn't quite enough. Dark Crow is the winner. Very well played to Dark Crow. Silco had a great tournament, must say. Big congratulations to him. Second place, our runner-up. And he beat just about everyone today. But just not quite able to beat Dark Crow in the end there. Wait. Good job ruining that for everyone. Okay. I should have just deleted it. Sorry. Okay. I cleared those messages. Please remember that we are on a 3-minute delay. Don't come into the freaking match and spoil it. It's a really sad way to spoil the final. Right. Don't know if we can do an interview with Dark Crow. We'll see. Oh, nice, Al. Alaric Ventris. Good for being part of it. Good to have you here. Feel free, if you want to, join the next tournament. It's open for everyone. Right, well done, everybody. Good job, Dark Crow. We'll see if we can get an interview. I don't know if Dark Crow's up for it, if he's interested, if he wants to. I don't know what his spoken English is like. He may be asleep. Who knows? He's there, right. GG. Okay, so let's see if... I think... Did we do the channel points? Has it been done? Right. So, yep, it's been done. So Dark Crow, 15 people did vote on Dark Crow, but only 132,000 channel points as opposed to 255 to Silco that have now disappeared into the ether. Right, we are going to see if we can get an interview with Dark Crow. Right, so we'll see if we can get an interview. We'll see if we can... We'll do the giveaways. And then we'll figure out someone to raid. And then Fishy can get some food, because Fishy is hungry. I'm not sure what the plans for tonight are, Science. I definitely need to go and eat soon. Pretty exhausting doing this on my own. I need to give my voice a rest. Right. Yep, Merlin bought me Factorio, which is super kind of him. Thanks, Merlin. We'll definitely get that action on. Right, we're just trying to set up this interview for you. If you've got any interesting questions you want to ask Dark Crow, do so in the chat. Are you not satisfied? Right, let me just double check something. We had an issue with one of the interviews before. We don't want to make that mistake again. Okay. Oh. Right. Join any of the voice channels. I'll move you here. No. Okay, he's he's in the wrong one. Nice, Alaric. Look forward to seeing you there. A lot of fun. A lot of things to be learned. Right, sorry for the delay. We're just trying to get... I'm in one Discord, he's in the other. Yes, we see a lot of you guys. More of you need to join the tournament. Merlin, why are you not in the tournament? Fault, why are you not in the tournament? Specifically. Everyone else, join! We need more people. The more, the merrier. Okay, sorry for this delay. We're just getting this sorted for you. Shouldn't be a minute. I was waiting in one Discord for him. He was waiting in a different Discord for me. Obviously, that was less than ideal. Right, okay, here we go. Sure he has the rights to speak. Okay. Oops, dragged him into the wrong channel. Okay, hello Darkcrow, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I can hear you, let's go. Right, congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you very much. It's my first time to win it. Not easy. I've been trying it for more than 1 year.
Yeah, so you finished second a lot of times, specifically to set. So when you got to the final this time, and it was somebody that wasn't set, did you feel a lot more confident that maybe this could be your time?
I don't think it's easy because as I feel actually I think Silco is getting better and better every season.
Yeah.
He keeps. Well, I don't know he or she. Okay, because his previous name is Big Sister. But anyway.
Yeah.
Silco keeps coming up with new strategies, which is very hard to handle. You always give me a shock, and then I will make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, we've seen him make some interesting decks with things like Mana Puff Madness, which is something that not a lot of people play, but it's always interesting to see those games. Do you find it difficult to play against someone that has all of these different kind of decks? Because if you compare that to like Set, for example, Set's played a similar kind of deck a lot. So it gives you an idea of what you're going to play, whereas someone like Silco, you could face kind of anything.
Yes. That's the most terrifying part.
So I'm just trying to think of anything. So we saw the last two games that you got a lot of value from playing the Zenshi decks with the Growth Burst Room. Is that something you think's very, very strong at the moment? Or was that just the case that Silco didn't have the right kind of deck to deal with it?
Oh, it's counterable, but you still need to have the right counter to it. I have played it quite a lot in ladder, and actually I also lost some games. But again, it's all about countering.
Yeah, I guess it's the same sort of thing, that everything has its strength and its weaknesses. We saw at the end there, he had a lot of ranged units, which really just weren't able to take down the golem and the monkey quickly enough. And he had no horde to slow them up. So very, very difficult for him to deal with in that situation. So who would you say was your hardest opponent? Which was your hardest match? Was it the final, or was it something else before that?
Actually, it's a Silco with Rock Rival.
Yeah.
I still haven't figured out how to deal with that deck yet, so I just banned it in the final match. But it's really very difficult for me to deal with all the range support and the spell. So every time I try to deal with his Rock Rival, I feel like I'm losing. Well, I'm gradually losing the game.
What do you think about Rock Rival now they changed it, so you get the statue every time? Is that a change you like, or do you think it's weakened the card? What do you think about it?
I think it needs more strategy, like what Silco did today to support it. Otherwise, you will just be you will just be overwhelmed by your opponent's statue and other units.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes it more interesting having to deal with the statue every time. Before it was, you know, you deal with the statue once and then you just get this value every time. So I think it's in a healthier place, for sure.
Yeah.
So out of the decks that you played today, what was your favorite deck? Which is the one you like to play the most? Maybe the one you play on the ladder the most, for example.
I think I still like the how to say which one? I play too many decks. Let me check. Actually, I think right now Diona is the best. It's not as overpowered as Apex, but it's still strong.
Yeah, so of course APEC got changed recently. How do you like the way that they're changing the perks to be timer based as opposed to cycle based? Is that something you like?
I think it makes old Apex way too strong. You can get four mana units, 2+2 in at perk 1 and different units, and then well every second. Sorry, every minute, and then a mana minions every minute at per 3. It's way too strong.
Do you think if they adjust the timer, make it slightly longer, then eventually it will be in a better place? Because I think they're going to change the perk 3 timer to be 30 seconds. So perk 1 and perk 3 will both be 30 seconds. So that's going to be a nerf. I think it's just a case of just trying to get the right amount of time to get the right balance, and then it'll be healthy.
Yeah, can't agree more.
Because I think it's nice from a deck building point of view that you're not forced to have these cheap decks with a specific master anymore. So it gives you some more chances, some different sort of decks you can play, which is always nice.
Yes, it is. But it's not right as I mentioned. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's still way too strong because you are getting free units and actually not fixed units. You don't need to worry about getting a ghost at per 3. You can get a lot of different units, which makes it very difficult for your opponent to counter.
Yeah, and I think it makes it more interesting to play as well when you get a different card each time. And as we said, if they just get that timer right for the timer, and that's the good thing about the timer perks, is they are able to adjust it. If it's on a cycle, they don't really have that way. There's not so many ways they can adjust it. Whereas now it's timer based, they can just change the time between the perks, and then hopefully it gets into a more balanced state.
Exactly.
One thing I'd be interested to know, I don't know if you've seen the proposed changes for the next patch, but specifically the way that the bridge interaction is going to change. Is that something you're aware of?
Well, I think I read it, but maybe I can. Oh yeah, I remember. They are nerfing the Outlander units.
So what they were going to change is they were going to change so you can no longer push units onto a bridge, and you can no longer play things like Blood Imps directly on a bridge. So that is, I think, a big change.
Yeah, it's way too big. So I'm afraid right now it's very hard for me to say. We can just
you don't like it.
And see how it turns out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where we really need to see it in action, get a lot of people playing it, see how it works out, and then because I think it's going to really change the balance of a lot of the cards. You know, if bridges are more difficult to grab, then aggro decks are going to be more powerful. So we'll have to see how the balance lies there. But that could be very interesting next season, especially next tournament. That could be very interesting to see how those changes and how people adapt to it. Harisama in the chat says, "What's your favorite card?"
My favorite card.
Yeah.
I think it's Blood Imp.
You like Blood Imps? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still well, it's just 1 mana after all.
Oh yeah, one thing I want to.
I know I sometimes mess up with it, but I still think it's a pretty good card a good feeler.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to say, in the second game of the grand final, where you lost it right at the end, where you were ahead on XP, and then you had that rabid prowler kill you. Do you feel like you made a mistake there, or did you just not have the tools to deal with it? Because that was a match that looked like you were going to win. You were ahead on XP, and then suddenly he just had that Berserker Rage Prowler, and it just killed you.
Well, I think his cycle is way too fast, so I wasn't expecting. And he was using the spell on my building all the time. I thought he would save it for my building. Yeah. So I didn't expect him to to go for the kill with the spell at the time.
Yeah, that was.
You could say it's a mistake. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, like I was very surprised to see it happen. You were probably surprised as well. How does that make you feel when you lose a game in the grand final that you were in control of? Does that play on your mind, or do you just forget about it and just move on?
XP wise, I was ahead, but I knew well that I was behind. I was far behind in terms of blood, in terms of health. So
Yeah.
I didn't think I was in control at the time. I was just trying my best to survive.
Because I think you, as you said, you really do like the Blood Imps, and I think you're somebody that will really play them until the last minute. Even if you're pretty low HP, you still play them, and sometimes that can count against you. You just get a little bit too low HP, and as you can see, like in that game there, you just got punished. But you really like to use those Blood Imps as much as possible, don't you?
It actually depends more on my opponents. That like he was using vocal at the time. He got the rank raged unit all the time. So I was actually being very careful to play by him when I was in low health.
I think the Blood Imps are a really interesting card because a lot of new players think, why would you ever use this? But top players like you really love them, and it's kind of an interesting card that when you look at it as a new player, you think it's really terrible. But actually, if you play it well and you pay attention to your opponent and the counters, you can get so much value out of that card. So I think that's a difficult card for the developers to balance because new players are bad with it and top players are really good with it. So that's always interesting to see. Right, okay, well, thank you so much for joining me, Dark Crow. I think this is probably the first time we've ever spoken, so that's really good. I know it's probably, what is it, like 4 a.m. there for you or something?
Yeah, you're right. 4 a.m.
Do you find it difficult staying up to this late hour? Does that affect the way you play, do you think, or are you kind of used to it now?
Well, yeah, but sometimes I had to babysit my daughter during the day, so I didn't have the energy. But tonight I took a nap before the match, so it works.
That's good. Okay, well, thanks for joining me, and congratulations again. You are now the champion.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that feels great.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem. We look forward to seeing you in the next one. And go and get some sleep, my friend.
Okay, thank you, and bye.
Take care. Bye now. Okay, that was Dark Crow, our champion. He is the Team Mana Frenzy BetaDwarf Knights Duel number 21 Grand Champion. He's been runner-up. As he said, he's been trying for a year. He's been runner-up a number of times. His average performance is really, really good. But this time, he managed to get to the final, and he beat Silco. So very well done to Dark Crow. And Silco, very well played as well. We had a lot of great matches today. A lot of people did really, really well. And appreciate everyone taking part. So we just have a few things just to close up here. Just a reminder, if you have not followed my YouTube, the video will be up on YouTube, so you can check it out. We'll put chapters, timestamps in it, so you can jump to each of the matches, just to get away from any of the downtime, just if you want to see anything specific. I got a bit distracted talking to Dark Crow there, so I did neglect a little bit of the chat, so just seeing if we missed anything of use. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, so next season is definitely going to be interesting for sure. Right, so we are going to just draw some winners for our giveaway, so last chance to get in. I know it's kind of weird with the 3-minute delay, so I'll be talking about it after it's happened, but I'll just put it in the chat now. And we'll grab some winners. We'll go raid someone. Fishy can have some dinner. You can do whatever you want to do with the rest of your day, your evening, your morning, whatever the time is there. But a huge thanks for everyone that joined us today. I had a lot of fun. Kind of a different dynamic when I do it on my own. Haven't done it on my own for a while. Had some of my co-casters unavailable or sick. So, but we made it work. Sinobii, of course, behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly, as he always does Didn't really have any real issues. Had a bit of downtime when players were being a bit of a pain, but apart from that, everything was pretty smooth. Right, so where's our giveaway? Okay, so here we go. Let's pick some winners. Let's get some codes. These are going to be big dwarf packs. Let's find our list of these. Thanks for BetaDwarf, of course, for these codes. Right, let's see who's going to win. Renzo. Congratulations, Renzo. So I shall DM you on Twitch. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, I feel like I might lose my voice. Okay, big dwarf packs. Right, let's go. Yeah, always good to talk to the winners. We've spoken to Set a lot in the past, to Nataraja, Memphisto, I think. So good to speak to Darkrai. I think that's the first time I've spoken to him, so that's really nice. To put a voice to a name. Right, big dwarf pack. Okay, let's just going to grab a few of these. Nerdle, congratulations. These people may or may not be here, but they shall receive a whisper. Nerdle. How many is he doing? Who knows? Oh, let's go. Nice scam. Oops, that's the wrong button. I fingered that. Right. Everyone can have some pellets for that, if it's going to work. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Who knows? Right. Bilious Drake. Right, I tried to give you pellets. It didn't work. Don't blame me. Okay. I don't know how we're going to do. As many as I feel like doing. Or until I get bored of doing it. Okay, let's try to make sure we don't post this in the chat. That'll be good. Right, so we'll do this, and then we'll figure out who we're going to raid. We'll have an awkward wave, and then we'll move on with our lives. Right, big dwarf pact, Bilious Drake. Right, next up is Bell Steel. So these dwarf packs, these are the older big dwarf packs that have the 300 rubies and 15 power tokens in. Probably, assuming my records are correct. Bell Steel. Okay, invalid username. Oh, did I spell that wrong? Bell Steel. Oh, hold on. Wait. That work? Oh, I spelled the name wrong. That's why. Okay. Tangelizer, of course. Right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the event. Thanks so much for joining. Appreciate you guys dropping by. If you're interested in finding out more about Minion Masters, about me, about the stream, about the community, just drop me a follow, join the Discord, join my Discord, check the game out on Steam, on Xbox. Just Google Minion Masters. You'll have a good time if you haven't played it yet. Super free and super free to play friendly. Okay, let's do a couple more. 9 Scar. Congratulations. Okay. This is a bit boring, I know, but we'll get through it together. Okay. Imagine having a glamorous assistant. Show me the money, of course. Imagine show me the money not winning. And a reminder that everyone that took part in the tournament gets at least a dwarf pack. So look out for the next one if you want to score yourself something just for taking part. Right, there we go. There's the giveaways. Thanks for taking part. If you didn't win, I'm sorry. If you did, congratulations. Right, we're going to look for someone to raid now. And we're going to awkward wave it out of here. Let me remove the pinned message so there's no confusion. Unpin this message. Right, it's gone. That's it. Right. Okay, giveaways. Giveaway over. Right, Bruce is here. Great. Great to hear it. Right, let's have a look what's going on out there in the world of minions. Okay. Giveaway's over, relax. If you didn't win, it's too late. If you did win, congratulations. Right. Alaric Ventress, thanks for the follow. Sorry it didn't pop up on the screen, but we generally have all that stuff disabled when we're going doing tournament stuff. Right, stop entering the giveaway. It's over. Stop entering. It's over. Oh god, butt entering, that's awkward. Right. We're gonna set up, we're gonna get our raids. You wanna come raid? Raid, sub raid. Okay. Now I've got to do the awkward wave for 3 minutes because of the delay. It's always a fun time. Should have started before, never learned my lesson. Thanks again for joining us. Go and go play Minions. Join the Discord, check it out on Steam. Don't read the Steam forums, it's full of idiots. Not everyone's an idiot in there, but most of the idiots congregate in there. So whatever you read in the Steam forums, take it with a pinch of salt. Thanks, Shoganian. Appreciate you being here. I shall hydrate. Thank you, Shadow Archer. Make sure you follow my YouTube, and I'll put the VOD up tomorrow so you can check it out and revisit anything you want to, steal some decks, whatever you want to do, can do. And the way it works with the delay and the raid is some of the awkward wave will be cut off of the stream. But don't worry, if you watch the VOD on YouTube, you can see the full awkward wave in all its glory. Okay, let me make sure I'm monitoring this so I don't wave for 8 minutes straight. Right, look forward to seeing you guys again soon here in the fish tank. Be safe, whatever you're up to. Be smart. Be fish-wise. Go drink some sneak. Buy a secret lab chair. Play Minion Masters. Your life is complete. Okay. Oh, my arm's aching already. Hey. Come on, fish. I'm looking at the stream, waiting for me to start waving. Come on. No problem, my friend. No problem. No rush. Appreciate you. Make sure if you want to turn notifications on Twitch, and then you get a notification when I go live. And you can come hang out. Interacting is a bit weird on the tournament streams because of the 3-minute delay. Obviously, we don't have that on the normal streams. It's a bit easier to interact with chat. Right, so that is it. The awkward wave is on. Let's go raiding. Thanks so much for being here. I had a good time. Hopefully you guys did too. I need to go and rest my voice now. Oh, yeah, and as mentioned, some of this will get cut off, so make sure you watch the VOD for the full waving effect. See you guys soon. Take care. Pleasure to hang out with you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for Team Mana Friends and BetaDwarf for putting on the event. Sinobii, big thumbs up. Big shout out to everyone. Minion Masters is awesome, and you're part of it. I need a fake hand or something to do the wave for me. I could hit the raid button to raid immediately, but what's the fun in that? We're going in! See you soon! Okay, there we go. The raid is out. Fish. Signing out.